Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Harness Tube, and Steve Surratt and David Brink with you on the broadcast today. We're in Carrollton, Illinois for the Greene County Fair. We'll have 14 races on the card for you tonight. David, another beautiful day for harness racing. We had a beautiful day at Martinsville yesterday, a little windy, but today, even a better day than we had yesterday.
It's perfect out. You couldn't ask for better weather today. We're so lucky.
Absolutely. As we get ready to do this broadcasting, we're glad that you can join us and be a part of the broadcast and to be with us this year. On tap, total, we had 20 races or 20 race dates in store for you. We may be up to 21 or 22 now. Don't know for sure. But if you'd like for us to come and broadcast at your location, we're available for that. David and I we'll have a little bit of commentary. We don't know who the track announcer is tonight, but we think it is Ed Teefee, and he'll be down here in a little bit. Lisa Surratt running the camera action for you. As you can see, a horse warming up on the track out here.
And I just got a text from Kurt, so I got to believe it's going to be Ed today if Kurt's texting me to tell me stuff. So I'd say Ed's going to be here doing the announcing for us tonight, which we're looking forward to have him and everything he does.
All right, let's take a look at what we're going to be doing this year with Harness Tube. We're here in Carrollton tonight, 5 p.m. Then on the 4th next week, that is a what? Is that a Monday? Yes, that is a Monday.
Monday and Tuesday sound right?
Yep, Monday and Tuesday next week. We'll be at Carlinville at 5 p.m. next Monday Tuesday and Wednesday. Would be correct, isn't it?
Tuesday and the calendar.
Tuesday and Wednesday, because we're in Decatur on a Wednesday.
Wednesday, then back Saturday.
Yeah, and then we're back Saturday. So next week, 3 days of harness racing for you. Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday.
That is correct.
And the Wednesday action is the big dollar racing, isn't it, David?
The Downstate Classic. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I look at my calendar, but I'm going to double check that. But yeah, the Downstate Classic is always a big event at Decatur. Fast miles, big purses. It's always a good time.
Cambridge, Rushville, Knoxville, Farmer City, Petersburg, Paris, which is new on the schedule this year. Then we head to Urbana, Lewiston, a couple of dates in Lincoln, go to Charleston for a couple of dates. Altamont, we get one in. That's one new one. And we're looking there whether there's a possibility, but that's a busy, busy week. And then Mount Sterling, and then we're looking possibly at Marshall.
Adding in Marshall. We
to
asked
finish
about
up.
that. We're happy to get down to Altamont. That fair's got a long history of horse racing, and we've been asked to do it last year and couldn't make it work with the schedule and how busy we were. But I think Charleston split up their racing this year and kind of opened up some of the windows for some of the fans to watch, or I should say fans, but officials as well, to be at both places and work both events. So we're going to try to get Altamont then on that Thursday and hit Charleston on bookends on Wednesday and Friday.
All right, that looks like our schedule. With that, we'll take a station break. We'll be back after these messages.
Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
Make plans now to attend the 25th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Established in 1999, the Illini Classic has been producing champions for a quarter century, including reigning Illinois Divisional Champions On Higher Ground and Scorecard Dandy. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 2nd at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield, beginning at 11 a.m. Central. Come join us and finish the summer strong.
Back with you on Harness Tube as we get ready for racing action here. A little what we call pre-game stuff or pre-race events going on here. David and I have an opportunity to give our sponsors some time and be able to talk a little bit about the evening. But let's talk about how you subscribe or follow Harness Tube there, David.
Yeah, we want everyone to like and subscribe on every platform we're on, Facebook, YouTube. we touched on it a little bit last night, but what that does, especially YouTube, is if you subscribe to us, then when we go live, you receive a notification on your phone if you have the YouTube app, or you receive an email saying, hey, Harness Tube is live from Carrollton tonight. And just a quick reminder kind of helps keep it a little bit easier to remember when we're on and when we're not, and what time we're going to be on, and all that kind of stuff. As far as Facebook goes, follow us there. Most of the communications happens on Facebook. It's a little bit easier. I'm working on doing maybe a weird newsletter or something, but right now the easiest way is kind of just on Facebook. If you don't have Facebook, you can reach out to us and we'll make it happen. But subscribe, hit all the buttons you can.
All right. And then let's talk about the backstretch. This is one of my favorite things that we do, and we've bumped it up a notch, David, from last year, in that if you send us a picture of your watch party or you watching, or it could be Sour Grapes watching the races.
How cool is that?
Got that the other day. But we can bring those up on screen and be able to show those to you as we get to add more things into what we're doing there.
The interactive part is so much fun. I was looking into some things today to maybe do some ways to where our viewers can go online and vote for who they think is going to win the races, and we'll be able to pull that up on screen and show in race 5, number 4 won, and that was 40 people picked that one to win or whatnot. So some of those things are going to be a lot of fun, but right now we just love having everyone interact as much as you can. Drop us a comment in the chat, the YouTube chat, or send a text or email, whatever you got, Facebook message, and we'll try to get your shout out on air.
The other thing you can do, David and I tonight will be on board because we're up and running smoother tonight. Had some time on our hands for a change, but up and running and able to do more things with the broadcast tonight. We're going to be giving you our 1, 2, 3s tonight as we get ready to go here with the action here.
Are you doing your picks over there?
I am picking my picks here, my 1, 2, 3s, but you can send that to us in a message, and we'll give a shout out to those that maybe picked them correctly or did a good job with that.
Well, let me ask you this. You're a newbie. We talked on it last night, and you're new to the horse racing world. And you talked about how you're going to handicap and how you're going to pick your favorites. What do you look at when you're looking at the program?
Well, now I'm a year into it, so
exactly.
I've modified just a little bit.
You're moderate, not a newbie.
Yeah, and I don't know that I'm going all David Brink on these things, but my choices are usually based on what they have done in the past. And so we're looking at some of these horses for their 3-year-olds for their 2023 record. But now I'm also, I'll give you an example. In the, let's see, what is it, the third race? No. Yeah, third race. I mean, here's 3 horses or 4 horses we're pretty familiar with.
Oh, yeah.
In the fact that Lusa Esmeralda we're familiar with, Hopes Forever, and unless it gets scratched tonight, Hocus Pocus and Focus.
Yeah, there was
and so everybody's got their favorite horse, and I would say I'm leaning a little bit more that way than I am on some of the other ways that I pick horses.
You know what? And that's completely okay. My mom likes the gray horses or horses with white stripes on her face or what have you. But whatever your model is for picking horses, there's no wrong way. As long as you have a horse to cheer for, that's the fun thing. Your eyes are on something while we're going around the track. You're cheering for something. You're invested in something. So whatever method you choose, just pick a horse and cheer for them in every race tonight. Make it a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's kind of like you can root for the Cardinals no matter how bad they're playing right now, or they come together, or the Cubs, or whoever it is, and you don't give up on them. We have favorite owners.
Yeah.
We have favorite trainers. I will tell you, I can remember when Jamaica Patton came up from Mississippi and was racing in Brown County. He's one of my favorite drivers because he's been around for a length of time. We've got, close to the Walker family.
Yep.
And so you're looking at that, and the Schrock family. Both of those are really close. Other drivers out there, that Jill Brown, we're getting used to these people, the Avenettis. And so a lot of times, you're looking at who the horse is, who's driving the horse, who's training the horse, and what's their record.
Absolutely.
I mean, those are the things that you're going to look at. Now, throw everything out the door, particularly if it's a 2-year-old, as we found out yesterday. They may lock wheels and they may send. Luckily, yesterday, no drivers.
Nothing happened, but you're right. It's such a question mark when we see these 2-year-olds out there on the track for the first time yesterday or today, maybe the second time. All the sights and sounds and experiences of a fair race are new to these animals, and they're juveniles, they're babies still, and so a lot of things can happen in these fair races. The 2-year-olds, the fair races. Sometimes we're just trying to get the horse around there safely or teach it something, and if you go to pari-mutuel races, then you have to try to win, and the horse is bound by the obligations to the gamblers of trying to do the best it can. So down here, there's a lot of different strategies. It's a lot different than just the same, out there as much as you can to try to win this thing.
Well, that's some of our thoughts, and again, you can send some information to us from the backstretch. The information's there, either the text or the email, or to just drop us a note on YouTube. With that, we'll take a sponsor break. We'll be back after these messages.
Napa know-how.
Hello, Earl Flack for your locally owned McKay Napa Auto Parts store. May's here, May savings, Mayflies. I think there's Mayflies still out there. Wash and wax. How about get that car cleaned up? I know the bugs are bad right now. We've got Black Magic tire finish, wheel cleaner, Tough Stuff interior cleaner, fast and finish cleaner from Seafoam.
Napa know-how.
Why don't you stop in one of our stores, have one of our friendly staff take care of you, and thank you for your business. Get that car cleaned up.
ADI, located in Golden, is one of North America's largest pattern tiling installers. We've helped farmers create water management systems for over 40 years with pattern tiling across farm fields, generating proven data showing a boost in yield and greater profitability. Changing weather patterns do not have to cost you yield dollars anymore. Start with a free estimate now by calling your local ADI representative, David Lohman, at 309-280-2411 or by visiting our website at agdrainage.com.
Back with you on the broadcast here on Harness Tube, and I got to keep from saying BC Hornet Sports, David, as we're out of that season. And
let me just say, I'm glad you said that, because BC Hornet Sports, which is what Steve and Lisa do most time with the Brown County Hornets, all the sporting events we do there, they do some broadcasts of nearly every sporting event in Brown County or involving Brown County. So if you like watching streaming stuff from your home, if you like, high school sports or juvenile sports, give them a like, a follow, a subscribe, watch something. They do a great job. He taught me everything I know over here, so, definitely give him a little plug too.
All right, we thank you for that. We want to thank our people that have donated to put this broadcast on, and right now, I don't know, is there any additions to that list as far as donations are concerned?
There's probably a couple I could have added to it before we close the books on this file, but yeah, I mean, everyone who came up out of pocket to try to help us or at least show us their appreciation is done wonders. I can't explain how many people surprised me with their generosity, and I mentioned last night that this idea was going to be, we're going to fund this thing with ads, ad revenue or some sort of way to keep it free for the public. And I completely underestimated the donorships. People have been so generous and so forthcoming with their donors, and we love having everybody on board. So if you want, shoot us a PayPal, a Venmo, a cash, check, whatever you got, we'll take it, and it all helps to keep us going a little bit longer.
And it keeps it free to you as the viewer. So let's say this: there's a lot of county fairs. We heard this last year. A lot of county fairs people have never been to. They're not going to because they're so far away. You're able to watch harness racing at least 20 dates a year on Harness Tube, and more probably in the future. So I want you to think about how much gas you would have spent had you gone, what it would have cost you to get in the gate, and how much fair food you would have eaten. Okay? And again, we don't want to take away from the county fairs. We want you to attend those county fairs that you've always done, but come out and see some harness racing from our standpoint in the places that you haven't gone before. We talked to people down in Charleston last year. The person that's is it Leanne that's in charge down there?
Leanne Shin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, she talked about watching races where she'd never been to a track before.
And that's the genius of it all is first and foremost, we want people out in the grandstands. As a horseman, nothing's more exciting than when that grandstand is just popping, cheering, clapping, all that kind of stuff we really love. So we want the fans in the stands first and foremost. But we do realize that in 2024, people have obligations and can't be there, where it's too far, or all this kind of stuff where maybe they can't get to the fair, or maybe they're elderly and don't travel very well. We still want to bring the excitement, or as much of that aura of horse racing and the fair and the camaraderie and the beautiful weather and the smell of the foods, all that kind of stuff we want to try to bring to you as best we can to share that experience if you can't make it out here.
Absolutely. So that's what we want to do. Again, we can't do it without sponsorships. You can be a donor, you can be a sponsor, you can be a business card or billboard ad person that we'll have on here just a little bit later, and sponsor in a number of different ways. But we want to thank Dot Foods and some of the others that help us with this broadcast.
I have been interested in truck driving my whole life. I've been fascinated with the big rig since I was a kid. But after college, I got into business on the marketing side of things, kind of shelved the dream. 30 years later, I quit my job, signed up for truck driving school. It was exciting from the get-go. Dot recruited out of my truck driving school. The job was everything I was hoping it would be, and then some. My weeks absolutely fly by. When my life needed fulfillment, I took the wheel.
Back with you on Harness Tube as we've got some of our banner sponsors, whatever you want to call them, up on board. The track officials are getting here, so we're getting close to gate time here, about 12 minutes away from getting the evening started here, David.
It's crazy, and we've been sitting up here for hours, and it's so quiet, just us. We were shooting the breeze, and next thing you know, this place turns crazy, and there's a lot of happening up here.
Well, Boggs is up here. It can't be that quiet up here.
No, that's true. He's a good time.
He is a man of wealth of knowledge.
The
man
experience
exactly. And
the experience he has doing the sound all across the Midwest for some of the biggest names in entertainment. He's got stories about everything.
And so he does a lot of fairs, and so he's got a lot of fair stories. Or, we're kindred in buying equipment and different things, and doing some things. But we thank Boggs for being here to give us the sound. The track announcing part that we have here tonight is brought to you by Boggs Sound, so we appreciate them. Again, advertising, you can get a hold of David. It's on the screen there, how you can do that, either through Facebook or YouTube or an email or a phone call. And we can make those ads up for you. David, you can talk about that a little bit.
That's a good point to bring up. As we mentioned it last night, is the price of what you're getting the ad run during all of our shows, but you're also getting the commercial. Steve is so generous in putting these together for us, so if you just get us any kind of information, maybe some talking points, bullet points, slogans, just a little history of your business, anything that you might want said in a script that we can build into a script for you, just get us that and some pictures, some videos, some logos, whatever you kind of want to mix together, and we'll just kind of mix it all together and put it in a video for you, and we'll run it by you first, but once that's done, we'll run that commercial in all of our broadcasts, and we can provide that to you. So if you want to run that same commercial maybe in your local news station during an event or something, you can do that. You already have the 30-second spot ready to go. So Steve's been super generous doing that, and that's one of the added values we have to try to get some sponsors, or some advertising stirred up.
And so you've got those things available to you out there. And then I'm going to hit on this a lot pre-race here, and it's from the backstretch. Send us a photo if you're watching from someplace. We had pictures from last week or yesterday, and I'll put some of those up on the screen a little bit later today so that you can see some of the pictures that are out there. But there was a watch party at one of the nursing homes yesterday.
Timber Point Healthcare in Camp Point, big shout out to them. They had a watch party and had a blast doing it. I got to see some big shout out to Katie Gordon for setting that all up. She was sending me Snapchats of the residents cheering for their favorites and collecting their winnings. I think they were betting pieces of candy or something, but they had a blast doing it. And we want to just anyone who's got their eyeballs on the screen. If you got a watch party, if you got something interesting, send us a picture. We'll put it up on the screen for you.
All right. And so, David, I finished up my little picks here as we get ready to go into race time. We are about 8 minutes away.
I'm still doing my picks over here.
And so we're going to just give you some views of the track as we get ready to go here, and we'll talk just a little bit. We can talk about race 1 already, kind of get some things out of the gate here. And, oops, I went backwards.
It happens.
We'll see what happens here. I forget. Sometimes I forget what I'm supposed to be doing over here.
I keep trying to take work away from you because you are doing so many things between the laptop and the YOLO and the soundboard and troubleshooting and.
Well, you got to understand that I am ADD, so that's not a bad thing for me to be doing that.
Keeping you busy keeps you happy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Race 1, we've only got 3 people in that race, but it is almost a $3,000 race. David, break down some of the pricing there. We heard that yesterday on the broadcast. What is it? 50% of the money goes to first place, 25 to second, and then it keeps splitting after that?
You got it exactly right. We pay out the first 5 finishers, and as Steve alluded to, the first place finisher would receive 50% of that purse. Second place would receive 25%, third 12%, fourth 8%, and fifth receives 5%. And then the trainers and drivers are paid out of that themselves, receiving a portion of that horse's earnings. So when you look at a purse of $2,969, almost $2,700, the winner would ultimately get half of that.
Okay, I don't have him live up, but we'll get Ed live up here. And so that go ahead with what you're saying.
Oh, you're fine. I just was going to. Now that Ed's talking, we want to make sure we give a shout-out to some of the officials up here. I think sometimes I forget to talk about who's doing what, and Jim Austin's pretty good about making sure I get the judge in there. So we have Randy Callahan behind us today doing the officiating, Ed Teefee on the microphone doing the MC. I see Tina Schrock behind me. And
I'm going to throw his microphone up just so we don't miss him again, but we'll see how that all works with that. And you copying my homework again? First race, we're exactly the same. So, again, that happened a few times last year. We didn't ask Lisa for her picks because, frankly, we don't want her picking. She embarrasses us because she has really nothing more than she's got a favorite horse or an owner or a color of a horse or I don't know what all she uses to pick. And in Brown County, she literally mopped both of us up in that broadcast.
You know what? You can be an expert all you want. Sometimes you just get beat by luck. And maybe she's that good. I don't know. But we were definitely getting our heads beat that day. I think I came in third out of all of us. So that goes to reason as far as what you think experience teaches you. Anything can happen in these races. County fairs, we see breaks happen. We see,
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a Pick the Winner contest here this evening. You can see the coupons in the back of your race program.
Well, David,
separate coupon for each one of our 14 races. Fill in your name, your address.
This is one of those
and
places
the number of the horse you think will win each one of the respective races this evening.
Sometimes.
Yeah,
if your name is drawn out and you've picked the winner, you'll receive free gifts courtesy of the Greene County Fair. Usually tickets to the freshman tent there, south of the grandstand.
All right, as with that, again, we're getting ready for this first race, so I'm going to go ahead and throw some of the information up there for people to see here in the first round of things. One-Eyed Jet.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did I goof it up there? But One-Eyed Jet
is a scratch.
Is a scratch.
Yes.
Oh, so neither one of okay.
I just had presiding judge Randy Callahan look over my shoulder and tell me that horse was scratched. So we have a couple more scratches. I'll get those. You keep talking, I'll get scratches, Steve.
All right, so we got a scratch. So I'm just going to move our picks up to 2 and a 1 and a blank for the end here, David, on our picks for this evening. And as he gets the scratches and maybe some driver changes for us as we get going here. Again, this race is sponsored by the Carrollton Bank. It's for 2-year-old fillies. And so, folks, if you're looking at a race program, you're seeing that no records for a lot of these horses as we go in. And the scratch was One-Eyed Jet, which is a Jill Brown trained horse owned by Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, Illinois. And it's One-Eyed Jet. Chris Brown was supposed to drive that, so that was a scratch. And so now to be in this race, it'll be Jordan Patton driving R.N. Jill's Jet, trained by Jill Brown, a Flacco Family Farms, and a Jill Brown horse out there. And then the number 3 horse will be Jamaica Patton. He is a driver trainer and Frontier Fantasy, trained by him, owned by Linda L. Allman of Monticello, Illinois. So these are 2-year-olds, David. And so let's talk about, here in a minute when David gets free, we'll talk about the difference in the stages of horses and having them race. And so
thank you.
With that, we're going to take a look at that.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Were you going to commercial now?
No.
Okay.
What we're ready talking about here, let's talk about what is a 1-year-old. That's considered a yearling, correct?
Yeah. So it's an interesting point you bring up because, in fact, standard breds are measured as of January 1st. So
welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a big night of harness racing here at the 2024 Greene County Fair. 14 races this evening featuring the Midwestern Illinois Racing Association. First field coming out momentarily. We'd ask that you please rise. Special thanks tonight to the Eldred American Legion Post number 1135 for its continued support of the Greene County Agricultural Fair. The Eldred American Legion Post 1135. Face the flag. Let's think about our veterans and those men and women serving America throughout the world as Jody Decker Bennett honors us with the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Jody Decker Bennett. Daughter late by Bob Decker, who raced here for the last 70 years right here at the Greene County Fair. We lost Bobby last fall. Decker family will have trophies this afternoon for the fastest trotter and pacer. 14 races. In the first race, we do have a scratch. In the first race, number 1, One-Eye Jet has been scratched. Race number 1, scratch the One-Eye Jet. Tina will be here in a minute, and I'll have all the scratches, so you'll be ready for that Pick the Winner contest. The Pick the Winner coupons in the back of the program. Fill in your name, the horse that you think will win each one of the 14 races. The coupons will be picked up after each race. If your name's drawn out and you pick the winner, you'll receive a refreshment from the refreshment building south of the grandstand.
Steve Surratt, David Brink back with you on the broadcast today with Harness Tube as we are in Carrollton, Illinois for the Greene County Fair as David continues to catch the scratches and so forth, which will be good because we'll have a lot of that. Randy Callahan does a really good job working with us. David, in fact, we have a great group of people. I don't care what fair it's been to. The judges and people that work for us to make sure that we can be set up, that we have everything that we need to do to present these broadcasts. So big hats off to, the harness racing community and how we've been accepted into that. You were already in it, but I can tell you from firsthand, other than being a spectator. Now, I love harness racing. I've been to quite a few harness racing things, but never been really involved in the community. And it is a community that opens people with open arms, whether you're a fan, in ownership, trainer, driver, and we talked about this last year. If you want to talk about a community that has no bounds as far as who they accept into the community, it's the harness racing community.
It's amazing. It's so hard to explain. You say you get bit by that horse racing bug, but it really is the people. It really is the friends you make, the people who are competitors one day and you're cheering for them the next day. Horsemen have each other's backs and step up in times of need. It's really, really amazing. And like you said, welcome you with open arms. Anyone, everyone gets along. Everyone has a good time. When we get together, it's such a good time when the horsemen have, for events or anything, races. It's amazing.
Yeah, and we saw it last year with a couple of tragedies that we had last year, and we're not going to get through the year without talking about the tragedies that happened last year in harness racing and how the community and the fair people, harness racing people stepped up to the plate to help those families and support those families during that time.
It seems like the leaders that are left in the state are ones that are really, really invested in. So there's a lot of people pouring their heart and soul into making these events happen, the races, whether it be at a county fair or in Springfield, Du Quoin, or anywhere. And that wouldn't be able to happen if we had, bickering amongst the horsemen. Everyone just gets along and is willing to help each other out for the greater good, and that's so important.
Okay, we've got, if you want to know, up here we've got a finish line person. We've got a couple of judges up here. We've got spotters up here.
10 people.
Paces are out now for the first race, sponsored by the Carrollton Bank. Remember the one-eye jet has been scratched. Just 2 in the field.
Okay,
number 2 and number 3, and they're out.
So if we're doing pari-mutuel betting, we would not be betting on this race, David, because there's only 2 horses in this race, correct?
They would remove some of the betting options. You could probably still bet for the winner.
Okay. But a lot of the others, the box and so forth, is going to go,
your exact,
away.
Exact is going to be defined. It's 1 and 2, or it's 2, 3, whatever we have.
Yeah, and the box
the
is
one
defined.
Scratched. Yeah.
So without that, and truthfully, you have to have
Paces will be
one more
parading
than the box, I
momentarily
think,
here.
to be able to do a box,
Run through the scratches.
Otherwise you
real
can't,
quick that I have.
So you
in
have to
race
have at least
number
4
one,
horses
number 1, one-eye
in a
jet
race
to do a
scratch.
trifecta.
Race
to do
1,
a
scratch the
trifecta
1.
or a box, picking the horses in
Race
any order.
2's okay. In race
you can
number
box
3,
exacta,
race 3,
trifecta,
scratch the
superfecta.
6.
Any of those
Hocus
exactas,
pocus
2,
and
tries,
focus.
3, supers, 4.
In the
the
third
first
race,
2,
number
3, 4
6
finishes,
has
and you
been
can box any
scratched.
3 of those. So if there's 2 horses in the race,
Race 4 is
we won't have
okay.
a
In race number
trifecta
5,
or
number 2,
superfecta.
Shady
If
Maple
we have 3
Becky,
horses,
owned by Wyatt
there's
and
exacta
Lane
maybe, but not
Avenetti. Change the
superfecta.
owner of number 2
the
in race
one more
5
we can't do it, basically,
to Wyatt.
Yeah, because
and
otherwise
Lane
they're just
Avenetti.
handing money out. Yes,
Race
I don't
number
know
6,
any gambling
number 4,
establishment
Shady
that's
Maple
going to do
Becker,
that.
now
They don't
owned
like
by
doing that. No,
Wyatt,
they want to hold on as much
David
as they can, it seems like.
Avenetti.
All right, we'll let Ed do some
Race
talking
7
here.
is clean. Race number 8.
We'll try to do some picking
number
over here,
4,
maybe.
Carrot Top Moose has been scratched. Race 8 scratched the 4. Race 9 is clean. And race number 10, number 1, Holy Lucifer, will now be driven by Matt Avenatti. Number 11, race number 11, number 1, Faded Future, will be driven by Wyatt Avenatti. Those are the changes so far. Here's the field now for the first race, 2-year-old filly Pacers, sponsored by the Carrollton Bank. Number 1 has been scratched. Number 2, R and Jill's Jet. On the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis and Jill Braun of Charleston. Jill trains with Jordan Patton driving. Number 3, Frontier Fantasy, owned by Linda Allhands of Monticello. Jamaica Patton, the trainer driver.
We'll try to fill in here between time. Yesterday, we didn't have to do much talking because of Tim and
the Kurt and Tim show.
Yeah, really.
They had such a great report.
Information there than I could ever have in a lifetime.
And their rapport is so genuine and so fluid. Kurt's so good, and Tim just kind of, being the local boy, kind of knows the coach. He was talking to the local high school coach last night, and Kurt's wealth of knowledge with stats and history and everything.
Two-year-old
his ability to
here.
paint a picture is amazing.
One from the first crop of Jet Airway, the other from the first crop of Captain Trevor.
We're going to the gate, boys.
They're at the gate, and the mobile starting gate is on the move. 2-year-old fillies racing for $2,969 in a race sponsored by the Carrollton Bank. R and Jill's Jet raced yesterday at Martinsville after the rain out and finished 4th. Looks like Frontier Fantasy's making her first lifetime start here. And these 2-year-old fillies are at the head of the stretch. They're just an 8th away in our first race of the 2024 Greene County Fair. Here they come. And number 2, R and Jill's Jet, made a jump there at the start. Now settles back for Jordan Patton as they race past the draw gate. Into that first turn, it's a Frontier Fantasy, the Captain Trevor filly, leads by about 6 lengths. R and Jill's Jet paces along second. A little rough gated there again. And Jordan wraps her up a little bit, but that leaves Frontier Fantasy, the Captain Trevor filly, on top here by some 15 lengths. R and Jill's Jet still a bit rough gated back there second as they move past the quarter in 34 3/5 of a second. First quarter was in 34 3. Frontier Fantasy cruising along there. Open length leader now off the 3/8. Jamaica Patton has this filly picking up the pace a little bit now after that slow first quarter. It's all Frontier Fantasy just against the clock here as she's got a 50-length lead now past the half in 105 3. A quick second quarter there as she moves past the draw gate off a half in 5 3. She moves over to the 5/8 from Frontier Fantasy. By Linda Allhands of Monticello, trained and driven here by the Springfield-based Jamaica Patton. Slick-gated filly moves up the backstretch all by herself here in her first career start. She moves past the 3/4 mile marker, pacing right along there. 137 4/5. 137.4 as she moves over to the 7/8 mile marker. It's all Frontier Fantasy. In her career debut, she's buzzing right along there. Filly's got plenty left as she turns for home for Jamaica Patton. And the filly pacing strong through the wire here. It's all Frontier Fantasy in our first. Jamaica Patton, the trainer driver.
Okay, David, as we come back here, we'll update our screen here. The 3-horse Frontier Fantasy winning that race. And you know what? I messed up. We both
that mile was in 2:08 3/5. 2:08 3/5.
Sorry, we both picked that correctly. I made a mess up there. On the picks.
30 4/5 of a second. Last half and 103 flat. 208.
I'm trying something new with the fraction times in the top right corner, and I need to get the spacing a little bit better. But if you like that, give me a shout. If you don't like it, let me know either way. We'll figure it out. We're just trying some stuff, playing with it.
We'll give you the split screen there that gives you what, news feed. Cool. That would be better, wouldn't it?
I like it.
News feed. As we have that race, David and I both picked it right. I had it wrong up on the screen because I scratched the wrong horse. And so with that, the horse that we had picked coming in third was the one that got pulled on that. And so Jamaica Patton, he's on a hot streak the last couple of days. What did he win, 4 or 5 races yesterday?
I don't remember. Jamaica's got a heck of a stable. I think someone told me, maybe it's Bob Walker, that he had almost 40 head, 38, 36, 40 head over there in Springfield. I mean, what a big public stable. He's one of the most successful trainers in the state, has been for the last, 5, 10 years maybe. And he loves these county fairs. He knows these county fair tracks, too.
Fair royalties coming trackside here. Miss Greene County Fair, Chloe Walker. Chloe's from Carrollton. She's 19 years old. Your junior Miss Greene County, Brooklyn Steinecker. Brooklyn is from Eldred. She's 12 years old. And little Miss Greene County Fair, Cassidy Cook. Cassidy from Carrollton, and she's 6 years old. Here's your winner of the first race, number 3, Frontier Fantasy, owned by Linda Allhands, who's trackside. Linda's from Monticello. This 2-year-old Captain Trevor filly, trained and driven by Jamaica Patton. Filly was an $11,000 purchase at the Illini Classic sale last year. Filly's a half-sister to the $150,000 winning What About Bob. 1 for 1 from the first comp of the Captain Treacherous son, Captain Trevor. Mile 208 3. Sponsored by the Carrollton Back. Number 1, One Eye Jet was scratched. Number 2, R. Jill's Jet was second. Number 3, Frontier Fantasy wins her career debut here in 208 3. Top down scratch, 2-1 on the bottom. First quarter was in 34 3/5. The half in 105 3. 3 quarters in 137 4. The mile 208 3/5 of a second.
All right, David, and you'll notice a difference in my times.
No changes in the second race.
I rounded up to
2-year-old
tenths.
Colt Pace, sponsored by C&B Bank and Trust.
With that, we'll take a station break. We'll be back after these messages.
When I started at DOT, I realized I could make a career out of this. It's just amazing the people you get to interact with when you get here. It's a family atmosphere for me. One of my main jobs is talking to people, trying to understand what's going on, where they're at in life, what they're needing from me to get their job done. I've met so many people, and it's been a real blessing to be a part of all that. Big company in a small town, that's a fact. When my life needed growth, I chose DOT, and I never left.
All right, David, back with you as we get ready for race 2. Do we have any changes in this race, David?
Pick the winter contest winner for the first race and a winner of some freebies at the
Go ahead.
No, I don't have any program updates on my end.
All right, so it's as listed. And just to let you know, you can hear Ed in your head, but
yeah,
I just want to know when he's speaking, so
you know,
we can be ready.
Let's talk about that real quick. Is the setup we're at and where we're located in? This is a unique scenario. We're up in the judges' stand with all the action, but we're facing what?
Sideways.
Yeah, we're facing sideways. So we can't see Ed. He can't see us. If we step on his audio, if he steps on us, we apologize. But we're doing the best we can to kind of keep it one ear on Ed and one ear on each other.
As we get ready to go here, we'll keep him down right now.
Okay.
Or we'll put him partially back up so that if he kicks back in, we don't have to do anything. But let's talk about this next race.
So horsemen, again, the horses will warm up all the counterclockwise way of the racetrack, the way you train, the way you race. Horses will warm up,
and
all
so
going.
who did you pick in this race there?
1, 3, 2.
Same direction.
Okay, quit quit copying my homework here.
Well, we saw Unk outside yesterday.
Yeah.
You got to cheer for him.
And so that's who we've got up on the screen here. We're glad that we could be able to do some side-by-side news feeds for you here today. Let's talk about the Unk outside.
Big shout out to Stacy and Aaron DeRouche, your starters today. Stacy starting, Aaron driving the starting gate. Gate from the Wisconsin Horsemen's Association, our group up there.
All right, David, what I'm going to try to do, you can go ahead and talk about.
I'm trying to listen to see if Ed's done or not, but I probably should just keep a little eye on him. But yeah.
Just keep a little eye on him.
Isn't it funny how different announcers have different cadences? You know, Kurt's very definitive or sure about what he says. He says stuff, when the mic's on, he's saying something. Ed kind of just talks in and out of what's going on and what's on his mind. Everyone has a different style, a different flavor in how they do it. How I do it, I have no idea. I probably just ramble on a microphone, but y'all seem to keep coming back and asking me to do more.
Coming back for more, yeah.
I guess I got a job. But, you know, we're having fun. We like seeing people interact. I just see Eric Plowman chiming in on the YouTube chat. Eric's an old Illinois horseman from back in the day, moved up to Iowa and has a family now, but he still likes watching us and cheering for some of his old friends.
Paces are out now for the second race. 2-year-old Colt Pace in the MWIRA, sponsored by C&B Bank and Trust.
Talk about what a difference a day makes in, for some reason, David, I'm having problems getting my pictures.
There's your field now for race number 2, 2-year-old Colt Pacers. C&B Bank and Trust, the sponsor. One is Unk Outside, owned by Dietrich Kelly and Jamaica Patton of Mississippi and Rochester, Illinois. Jamaica trains and drives. Number 2, that's number 2 is Bold Victor, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis and Jill Brown at Charleston. Jill trains, and the driver is Jordan Patton. Jordan Patton on the 2. And number 3, Jet Valley Airway, owned by Eli Yoder of La Plata, Missouri. Kelsey Perriman, the trainer and driver.
I'm trying to keep an eye on you over here, Steve. So when you get it how you want it, I'll jump over to the news feed for you.
Yeah, I'm not understanding why I can't pull that up like I did yesterday. It's not liking me.
Technology, don't you love it?
It works one day and the next day it doesn't.
But, you know, Ed touched on a point there. We want to thank the Wisconsin.
Big shout out to Les Layton. Les, a regular here at the harness races for many years at the Greene County Fair. Les Layton, 84 years young today. Happy birthday to Les Layton, and happy birthday to Nash Klingler. Nash is 10 years old today, so happy birthday to Les Layton and to Nash Klingler. 2-year-old Colt Pacers in behind the gate. All 3 of these raced yesterday at Martinsville after the rainout on Monday. Unk Outside was a winner in 2:08.4. Bold Victor was 3rd, and Jet Valley Airway was 4th, placed 5th after a little accident there yesterday at the Clark County Fair. 2-year-old Colt Pacers, Illinois-bred Pacers, race number 2. C&B Bank and Trust, the sponsor. Here they come. Programs available at the north end of the grandstand. And they're off and pacing. Bold Victor, another Campton Trevor, drives out for the early lead. Unk Outside is away second, and then Jet Valley Airway is pacing along there third as the 2-year-old Pacers buzz around the first turn. And now Unk Outside, the winner yesterday, rolls up the inside to take over for Jamaica. And Jamaica looking for 2 in a row here. Unk outside looking for back-to-back wins.
30 and 3.
First quarter, a snappy 30 and 3/5 of a second. 30 and 3. That's a good first quarter here. It's Unk outside the Stevensville gelding. He leads by a tight length right there, second. Bold of Victor, right with the leaders third, Jet Valley Airway. They move past the 3/8, move towards the half. Here comes Jet Valley Airway up on the outside. Unk outside on the inside. Jet Valley Airway on the outside. Half in 103. 3/5 of a second past the draw gate. Jet Valley Airway rough gated there. He falls back. It's Unk outside in total command. Bold of Victor and Jordan Patton right there second. Jet Valley Airway smooths out a little bit as he hit the straightaway there. He's back in contention third. They move towards that 3/4 mile marker. They got a quarter of a mile to go.
135-2.
135 and 2. Going a nice mile here. It's Unk outside off the 3/4 and 135 and 2. He opens up a length and a half now, 2 on Bold Victor with Jet Valley Airway. 1/8 of a mile to go, and Unk outside's going to be hard to catch as Jamaica Patton is looking for back-to-back wins here, and he opens up about 6, 7, 8 on the field. It's all Unk outside, and that Stevensville gelding wins it very handily in here, hand-driven to the wire by Jamaica Patton. Bold Victor was second, followed by Jet Valley Airway.
All right, David, as we get back to the broadcast here until Ed does some things. But look at the finish here. Unk outside.
That mile,
first.
205 4/5. Last half in 102 and a fifth. Last quarter in 30 and 2/5 of a second. Unk outside. He's 2 for 2 now. New lifetime record here, 205 and 4. He won yesterday at Martinsville in 208 and 4. This mile in 5 and 4 with the last quarter in 30 and 2. Looked pretty easy for this Jamaica Patton trainee.
Okay, David, we can talk about this race a little bit. As Ed said, that Unk outside won yesterday. You and I picked the winning horse, but we flip-flopped our second and third. Again, to explain people, if you're doing a box on this, we would have got the box right because we picked the top 3 horses,
it
correct?
It pays out every combination of those number of horses gets paid to some degree. It's a reduced amount.
Also sold at last year's Illini Classic sale. Unk outside was a $6,000 purchase. Looks like a bargain for his owners, Dietrich Kelly of Canton, Mississippi, and Jamaica Patton of Rochester, Illinois. Trained and driven by Jamaica Patton. They're joined now again by your fair royalty, Miss Greene County Fair, Chloe Walker, Junior Miss Greene County Fair, Brooklyn Steinacker, and Little Miss Cassidy Cook. This race sponsored by C&B Bank and Trust. $6,000 purchase last year at the Illini Classic sale. He just picked up $1,500 today and got a nice paycheck yesterday at Martinsville. Jamaica Patton's 2 for 2 here today.
Ed took the words out of my mouth. Jamaica's 2 for 2. And let's see, is he driving this next race? Yes, he is.
Pick the winner contest winner for the second race, Godfrey's Charlie Bond. Charlie Bond of Godfrey wins the tickets to the refreshment stand.
If you're wondering about Hocus Pocus and Focus in the next race being a scratch, and if you remember, was a scratch as well yesterday. Is that up? No, it's down.
Number 2, Bold Victor was second. Number 3, Jet Valley Airway finished third. First quarter was in 30 and 3/5. A half in 103.3. 3/4 in 135 and 2/5. The mile 205 4/5 of a second. Race 2 checks down. 1, 2, 3 on the bottom. 2:05 for fifths.
All right, we'll come back to some of our commentary now. Again, our schedule, 20 race schedule so far, 1 down, number 2 night ongoing, and at least 18 more to go.
Oh, yeah.
As we get ready to go here, David. And people, you can see that on our screen, and you probably have that on our Facebook page.
Yep, I sure do.
And so go to Harness Tube on Facebook, and you can see what the schedule is. You can also, I think you put a link out there, direct link for the race, don't you, or not?
For the actual program?
Well, you put a program out there also.
Yep.
So you can download and look at those things. And Lisa doing a
a
wonderful
great job.
Unfortunately, she can't do so.
Looking at myself on the screens, but
yeah.
I'm like a kid again.
Yeah.
How cool is that, folks? There's 10 of us up here.
All right, so we're going to put the second week of. And
I love those shots Lisa gets.
Let's talk about these Hocus Pocus and Focus, because that is honestly one of my favorite horses.
Okay, so yeah, absolutely. Hocus Pocus and Focus was entered at both Martinsville yesterday, well, supposed to be Monday, and then here at Carrollton today. You'll notice that horse was scratched at both fairs. If I remember what Kurt said, it was a problem with the Coggins paperwork. So all these horses have to have certain tests and certain vaccines to make sure that the horse is healthy and nothing gets spread amongst a racing meet or a fairgrounds. So I believe that horse did not have a copy of its paperwork in, so the horse is fine and just probably back at the barn waiting for the next race. But until the paperwork gets into the right people, that horse is ineligible from racing. So technicality, little bureaucratic stuff, but we have to make sure that everyone's safe, the horses as well. But that horse had a good year last year. Made $20,000 the hard way at the fairs. Only missed the board, looks like, one time. So I'm sure they'll get that Coggins or that EVH paperwork in pretty soon.
Finally, we may have something to talk about this out there for this race, and let's talk about it. David's picks, Steve's picks, and we're going to turn Ed off even our head a little bit here as we get ready to talk about this. As we get ready for race 3, we're moving right along. We're under the 15-minute mark on these races right now. But race 3, David, I picked Fox Valley. Let's see. No, you picked Fox Valley Jesse.
Yep.
And I picked Luz Esmeralda.
And
I originally picked Hocus Pocus and Focus.
Well,
I'll just lay that out.
That's
there.
your favorite, I know.
Well, no, Sour Grapes is my favorite.
Well, you can have more than one favorite, can't you?
Yeah.
I went to Fox Valley Jesse on top. I remember that horse last year from Charleston. Put in big mile, got a mark at 205 and 2 down there. Jamaica was driving that day, I believe, but Marcus Turner Gator in the bike today. That horse has some talent, I believe, and can probably get up there in a short field like we have here. And who'd you have on top? You went to the 4.
I went to the
Esmeralda.
4. Luz Esmeralda, the Jill Brown trained horse. Chris Brown will be driving that horse. It's a Flacco Family Farms. That horse, I can't remember what it did yesterday. Came in first or second, I believe.
I'm trying to think which one Jill drove, which one Chris drove. I got kind of confused with it there.
But I went with that, and it was a really tough thing. As I remember, Hope Forever had a good year last year overall. And Jamal Dennison going to drive that horse, but it's Rashawn Trigg. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember all the nicknames.
And let's see, number 2, you picked the 6 horse. Well, you can't pick the 6, so you change your order there.
Well, I'm watching the chat over here. We've got Orville in the chat asking where's everyone watching from. So even our fans are wanting to know where other fans are watching from. I mean, how cool is that? My pick, let's bump up the 4 to second then. So I'll go 2, 4. Give me Jerome. Give me Mississippi Model. 2, 4, 3.
2, 4, 3. Okay. Now you picked the 4 horse for second, so we flip-flopped one. As far as you picked it to be second, I picked it to be first. I picked the 5 horse again, Hope Forever, and then we both picked the 3 horse Mississippi Model. Looking at that, I mean, had a good solid year last year, as far as finishes were concerned. And again, Jerome Daniels trained, driven, and owned horse.
And when a guy is that invested in the animal, you know he's going to try to take care of it, get as much as he can, because that's his money. So that's kind of why I like those trainer-driver combos. So we'll get back to Ed.
Crystal clear. I like it.
Some downtime on the track right here as we get ready to go. I'll keep Ed in my ears to see what's going on there. Again, we encourage you to get out to the county fairs and watch harness racing. Get invested in it, folks. It's one of those things you can be invested in it, not financially, but just supporting and helping harness racing continue in the state of Illinois. And you can invest. I mean, you can own a small percentage of a horse today and talk to an owner about that and find a trainer, owner that you feel comfortable with and talk with them about the options for that. Support the people if they're training at your local fairground. Support those people there, because once you don't have horses training there anymore, it's really hard to keep harness racing going. We'll talk about that more as David comes back. He's taking a break right now. But we're glad to be on the air with you today with Harness Tube and with what's going on with the broadcast.
Here's your
today.
field now for race number 3, 3-year-old filly trotters in the Midwest Racing Association. Sponsored by Tri-County FS. Number 1 is True Fortune, owned by Milton Greer at Jackson, Tennessee. Leroy Hunt trains with Cornelius Cavett. Number 2 is Fox Valley Jesse, owned by the Blodovics of Lakewood, Colorado. Jamaica Patton of Rochester. Linda Allhands of Monticello. Jamaica Patton trains with Marcus Turner. Number 3 is Mississippi Model, owned by Jerome Daniels of Springfield. Jerome trains and will drive. Number 4, Luz Esmeraldo, owned by the Flacco family farms of Alexis. Jill Brown trains with Chris Brown. Number 5, Hope Forever, leased by Charles Hurst of Houston, Texas. Roshan Trigg is the trainer with Jamal Denson. Number 6 has been scratched. Scratch the 6 here in race number 3.
Ed Teefee, your track announcer for the evening, a fellow Brown County gentleman that's involved heavily in harness racing, I believe not only as an owner but an announcer and on several different entities that have to do with harness racing, and has been involved, his family has for many years, as well as David Brink's family. He's just taken the new venture here with Harness Tube, and if you enjoy it, folks, we want you to get out there on Harness Tube. It's called the Backstretch, and do that as they get ready to come to the gate here, and we get ready for race number 3. And we're about 35 minutes into start time here. And so hopefully we can keep on this schedule. We'll get 4th race.
3-year-old filly trotter's 3rd race. Race sponsored by the Tri-County FS. They're an 8th away. True Fortune, Fox Valley Jesse, Mississippi Model, Luz Esmeraldo, and Hope Forever. Great start for the 3-year-old trotting fillies on the inside. True Fortune's first out. Fox Valley Jesse moves in there 3rd. Mississippi Models away 4th. Moving up 5th now, Luz Esmeraldo. And the trailer here in the early going, Hope Forever. Great start. And they're buzzing down the backstretch. True Fortune leads by about 4 lengths. Fox Valley Jesse's back there 2nd. Mississippi Model 3rd. Then there's a gap of 3 back to Luz Esmeraldo. And Hope Forever. 30 and 4/5 of a second. Quick first quarter. 30 and 4. All 5 have stayed on the trot, and they're buzzing right along here. True Fortune, a winner at Springfield last year, as a 2-year-old in 2:01 and 1. Now leads by 2.5 with Fox Valley Jesse a little closer second there. They move past the 3/8s. They're in the lane for the first time. True Fortune. The Lindy's True Grit filly looks real strong on top by 3. Fox Valley Jesse right there second. The half in 101 and 2/5 of a second. 101.2. Very quick first half. True Fortune by 2. Fox Valley Jesse still there second. Mississippi Models third. Luz Esmeraldo tips to the outside fourth there for Chris Brown. Then we got Hope Forever at the back, but they're going to have to catch True Fortune by 5 on top here with a quarter of a mile to go for Cornelius Cabot. It's still True Fortune, 3/4 and 133 and 1. Fox Valley Jesse's back there second. 6 more back to Mississippi Model. But it's all True Fortune. Fox Valley Jesse, the only one with a chance. And she's closing a little bit with 1/8 of a mile to go. It's True Fortune with Fox Valley Jesse tipping to the outside. True Fortune tiring a little bit on the inside. Here comes Fox Valley Jesse. True Fortune along the rail. Fox Valley Jesse on the outside. It's a photo finish. Very, very tight. Fox Valley Jesse might have got there, but it was tight. Jamaica Patton looking for his third training win of the evening. He's won the first 2, and he might have picked up this one with Fox Valley Jesse, driven by Marcus Turner. Photo finish for the third race.
Well, David, a wonderful race there as we wait for things to get done.
It was close, but the photo shows the winner to be the 2, Fox Valley Jesse. Fox Valley Jesse on the outside. Gets up to win it by a nose. Jamaica Patton, 3 for 3 this afternoon as a trainer.
I hate to say, but I think I was right.
Yeah, you were. Honestly, you were, and I've got to see where I finished out here, but not very well as far as my picks were concerned on that one.
Jamaica's taking all the money home. I guess you let Gator have a little bit of the driving fee on this one, but Jamaica with 2 driving wins, 3 training wins, big day for the JP stable. Oh, and look at it. He's even made up the winner circle. There's Jamaica right there.
Yeah, his third picture.
There's your winner now of race number 2, Fox Valley Jesse, owned by Sherry Beletovic of Lakewood, Colorado, Jamaica Patton of Rochester, Linda Allhands of Monticello. Linda's second win here this afternoon. Jamaica Patton's undefeated. He's 3 for 3 as a trainer. Fox Valley Jesse, well driven here by Marcus Turner to the win in 2:05 and 4. 3-year-old daughter can't afford it from a Conway Hall mare in Hollywood Jess, bred by the Walkers Fox Valley Standardbreds of Sherman. Beletovic, Patton, all hands on, Jamaica Patton trained, Marcus Turner driven, Fox Valley Jesse. Race was sponsored by Tri-County FS.
Then we'll get the rest of the finishes for you, David. But again, the third win for Jamaica Patton.
Pick the winner contest winner. Race number 3, Jamie Schmidt. Jamie Schmidt wins the tickets to the refreshment stand. Jamie Schmidt. Give us a wave, Jamie, and they'll deliver your tickets. Results of the third race now official. Number 1, True Fortune, finished second. Number 2, Fox Valley Jesse, the winner. Number 3, Mississippi Model, finished third. Number 4, Luz Esmeraldo was fourth. Number 5, Hope Forever was fifth. Number 6 was scratched. First quarter was in 30 and 4/5 of a second. The half in 101 and 2/5. 3 quarters in 133 in the fifth. The mile was in 2:05, 4/5 of a second. Race 3 checks from the top. 2:13, 4:5 scratch on the bottom. 2:05 and 4 for that trotting mile. Up next, race 4, the Bob Groder Memorial 3-year-old trotting colts.
All right, David, we'll be back after these messages.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
Make plans now to attend the 25th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Established in 1999, the Illini Classic has been producing champions for a quarter century, including reigning Illinois divisional champions On Higher Ground and Scorecard Dandy. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 2nd at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield, beginning at 11 a.m. Central. Come join us and finish the summer strong.
Steve.
Here's the reason.
That would change things.
They didn't hear all the stuff that Ed had to say there. I'm sorry. We brought that down for commercials. That's the one drawback.
Well, that's me trying to help you out and only doing half of the task.
Half of the task. Got to watch this over here.
I know. I try. I'm trying to learn.
All right. With that, we're talking a little
Kurt
bit
Becker
louder.
sent me a note that the Midwest Illinois Racing Association was founded in 1955. Greene County was one of the charter members of the MWIRA. Prior to 1955, the Greene County Fair had been involved with the Illinois Top Line Circuit and the Northern Illinois Colt Association. One of the leading horses in that inaugural Midwest racing season was a horse called Dynamite Direct, a homebred 3-year-old pacer for the late George and Eileen Winters of Carrollton. Dynamite Direct won both heats of the Midwest Stake for sophomore pacers, 3-year-old pacers, here at the Greene County Fair in 1955 with George Winters Jr. driving. Dynamite Direct was later sold to Norman Woolworth's Clearview Stable out of Lexington, Kentucky, and Dynamite Direct went on to be a successful racehorse on the very rich New York circuit.
David's waiting for me to finish up what I'm doing here. I'll have
I'm
some
trying
things
to
up
watch
on,
you
on
and watch
screen.
Ed and watch everybody.
Yeah, we'll come to this after this race. I'm trying to get it set up for after the race to show people from the backstretch in a little different form that we can.
So next up is the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters in the Bob Groder Memorial. Dashing Durango, the 2, was a winner of over $15,000 last year. And was a winner, as Judge Randy Callahan points out, at the Martinsville Fair yesterday in 2:11. So Dashing Durango has one start this year. That was yesterday after the rain out on Monday at Martinsville. That went in 2:11 flat. Dapper Durango was 4th in that same mile yesterday.
Okay, let's talk about our picks, David, here as we'll bring the house down just a little bit. In the 4th race here, Dashing Durango is my pick, and you picked a small town Southern Boy.
Yep.
As your pick, and again, solid year last year for small town Southern Boy. No lower than really in the last 6 races they're about 3rd.
You know, the consistency. Just that goes a long way with trotters in my mind. If I can trust that they'll put in a mile that's decent, then I have a little bit of faith in them. You know, sometimes some people like the fast, speedy horses that might make a break, and I tend to stay away from them, it seems like.
Yeah, and see, I went Dashing Durango, I think, finished the year fairly strong last year and had some decent times, even though it finished 7th, 5th, 9th up there. It's in the 205, 207 range. And so, again, a year older on the horse. Again,
a lot changes.
Talk to people that change between a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old.
You know, the best way for me to kind of equate it is I think of 2-year-olds as almost little league, junior high kids. You know, they're 12-year-old. They're hitting maturity and puberty, and their bodies kind of coming into themselves. When we get to 3-year-olds, I kind of equate those more to maybe be college-age, NCAA level athletes. A little more polished body type, a little more versed and they're mentally prepared. But we'll give it to Ed because he's getting the call to post.
Here's a field for race 4. Number 1, Small Town Southern Boy. Taurus Tucker, Brandon, Mississippi. Roshan Trigg trains with Jamal Denson. Number 2 is Dashing Durango, owned by Dr. Steve Renard of Hamilton. Joe Brown trains with Chris Brown driving. 3, The Storm Warrior, owned by Stacy and Deborah DeRoos of Charleston. Joe Brown trains and will drive. 4 is Dapper Durango, of the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis. Joe Brown trains with Jordan Patton. Number 5, TV's Cosmac, owned by Jerome Daniels of Springfield. David Williams of Byram, Mississippi. Jerome Daniels, the trainer driver. Number 6, Chip Off the Block, owned by Matt Avanetti of Chrisman. Matt Avanetti, the trainer driver. Matt Avanetti, one of the young talents in the sport. Matt trained and drove Bell Boots to the championship for the state of Illinois, 3-year-old filly trotters a year ago. 5 on the gate. Chip Off the Old Block will start in the back tier. And those 3-year-old filly trotters are in behind starter Stacy DeRoos. Gates on the move here for race number 4, the Bob Groder Memorial. We've had some excellent starts here this evening. This field moving into position very nicely. 5 on the gate with 1 trailer. The 1 horse, Small Town Southern Boy, made a break just as I was bragging on the field. Here they come. And they're off and trotting. Dashing Durango on the inside. D-Storm Warriors way there second. Rolling up on the outside, TV's Cosmac is there third as they race around the first turn. It's Chris Brown, Dashing Durango in lead. His wife Jill Brown's right there second with the Storm Warrior. TV's Cosmac is back there fourth. Chip Off the Block is racing fifth. Dapper Durango comes there next, followed by Small Town Southern Boy. 6 trotters move past the quarter-mile marker. They're there in 33 and 4/5 of a second. 33-4, Dashing Durango by a length and a quarter. The Storm Warrior is still right there second. Racing third, TV's Cosmac. They move past the 3/8. They're at the head of the stretch. In the lane for the first time, Chip Off the Block is back there fourth. Racing fifth. As they move towards the half-mile marker, it's Dashing Durango by 2.5. The Storm Warrior is there second, 105 and 4. TV's Cosmac is back there third. Racing fourth, Chip Off the Block. Off stride back there now, Dapper Durango, and moving up is Small Town Southern Boy. Heading up the backstretch, Chris Brown still there with Dashing Durango. Here comes TV's Cosmac. Dashing Durango on the inside. TV's Cosmac a little closer second there. 3/4 and 137.4. The Storm Warrior is a third on the inside. Moving up, Chip Off the Block a little closer fourth. We got an 1/8 of a mile to go. On the inside, Dashing Durango. On the outside, TV's Cosmac. Dashing Durango now under a drive. TV's Cosmac on the outside. Dashing Durango, TV's Cosmac. Photo finish. That's another tight one. Dashing Durango on the inside. TV's Cosmac on the outside. We got a photo finish here in race number 4. 2:09 for the trotting mile. 2:09. Results of the photo by a nose. It's the 2, Dashing Durango. Inside horse, Dashing Durango, wire to wire, wins her by a nose over the 5, TV's Cosmac.
All right, back with you as David takes a break here.
So once again, the Groder family comes trackside here for the Bob Groder Memorial. Bob and his wife, BB. Came from Wyoming, Illinois, up in the Peoria area. Started the races here for some 50 years right here at the Greene County Fair. Bob started the races throughout the Midwest County Fairs and the Quad City Downs, many of the Iowa County Fairs, as did his wife, BB, who's down here today. Tina Walker-Schrock, a very close friend of the Groders, also down there with Brenda and Rob and the grandchildren. For the Bob Groder Memorial here, the winner, Dashing Durango, by Dr. Steve Bernardi Hamilton, trained by Jill Brown, driven by Chris Brown, to this win in 2:09. Big hand, folks, for a great family. A lot of great memories of the late Bob Groder, the starter here with that red starting gate for some 50 years. Bruce Thompson down there. Bruce and his family raised harness horses here. His dad, Norm Bud Thompson, wife Alice, been coming to this fair for over a half a century. Good to see Bruce Thompson down there with these good friends, the Groder family. Bruce and Sherry. Results of the fourth race now official. Number 1, Small Town Southern Boy, finished 5th. Number 2, Dashing Durango, the winner. Number 3, DeStorm Warrior was 4th. Number 4, Dapper Durango, finished 6th. Number 5, TV's Cosmac was 2nd. Number 6, Chip Off the Block, finished 3rd. First quarter was in 33-4. The half in 105-4. 3 quarters in 137-4. Trotting mile was in 2:09 flat. Race 4, checks from the top, 5-1-4, 6-2-3 on the bottom, 2:09 in the Bob Groder Memorial. Race number 5, number 2, race 5, the 2, Shady Maple Becky, now is owned by Wyatt and Lane Avanetti of Chrisman. Owners of the 2, Wyatt and Lane Avanetti of Chrisman. Pick the winner contest winner. Race number 4.
So we're trying to get the results here in this race as we get ready to go here. We got the 1 and the 2. It was Dashing
2-5.
2-5.
And then looks like Matt and then Jill.
Okay.
So Chip Off the Old Block was 3rd, and then I think it was the Storm Warrior was 4th maybe.
Chip Off the Old Block was 3rd.
According to my rewinding.
And who was 4th?
Jill. The Storm Warrior. The Storm Warrior actually belongs to our starter today, Stacy DeRoos. And if you notice the name DE space,
yeah,
spelled like their last name.
All right, and Small Town Southern Boy and Dapper Durango, where did they finish? Do you know?
Small Town Southern Boy was 6th, I heard him say.
Okay.
That's the one I picked. It said it wasn't going to make a break and kind of ran all over the track today. But
so
it happens. Racing's racing, you know, and you never know what can happen.
Let's see. Steve won that race. Steve picked the winner, but I didn't pick the second place horse. You picked the second place horse. No, you did not. Let's see, number 6.
I had Chip Off the Old Block in there, but
all right,
I messed up the rest.
David, let's talk about some of the other things we offer here from the
backstretch.
Let me show you on a side-by-side. You got it up there side-by-side. As the first one there, if you don't know, that horse is Sour Grapes.
Sour Grapes?
and a phone in front of it. Sour Grapes is watching.
It's watching harness tube. How cool is that?
Keeping up with what his brothers and sisters are doing out there on the course. And then the other one is from Oak Grove. That's
Wyatt down there in Oak Grove yesterday. You got sent a picture from the driver's room in Oak Grove watching harness tube from the big pari-mutuel track in Kentucky. So we want to thank everyone for sending their pictures in and for watching along and for humoring us with this interactive stuff. It's kind of fun.
And then there's our group from Timber Point. I don't know if they're watching today, but
how cool.
Harness racing at Timber Point and betting going on. And I tell you what, there's some people in that room that probably know horses well as far as harness racing is concerned. With that, we're going to take a station break and thank our sponsors for helping us be on the air.
I have been interested in truck driving my whole life. I've been fascinated with the big rigs since I was a kid. But after college, I got into business on the marketing side of things, kind of shelved the dream. 30 years later, I quit my job, signed up for truck driving school. It was exciting from the get-go. Dot recruited out of my truck driving school. The job was everything I was hoping it would be, and then some. My weeks absolutely fly by. When my life needed fulfillment, I took the wheel.
All right, David, as we take a look at race 5 as we move along, 5 of 14. Any changes that we have in this race 5?
I've got nothing on my end. Nope.
And we're going to see Doc Renard for the first time in this race, isn't it? See it? Or has he raced earlier?
He got a win yesterday with one, but didn't drive it. Jill had the driving win for him yesterday.
And so taking a look out here, I got to look at my picks and your picks to see where we came out here. But is there anything you want to add for this?
I was just looking through here. It's nice to see Tom Simmons on a trotter. Doesn't happen very often, but Tommy won the big Great Midwest Pace yesterday with Fox Valley York. Tom's a veteran, been doing this for a long time, been all over. Won more races at county fairs than a lot of people have. So it's good to see him on Denny Gardner's horse. Dennis Gardner's horses, he had a couple top trotters 2 years ago. He knows how to condition these things. He knows what he's doing. So I look for one of those two to do something for sure. But you got to bet on Doc, right? Doc at these fairs is like 80% batting average or something ridiculous.
Well, and the thing about it, we talk about the ambiance of the fair or the atmosphere of the fair. You haven't been to a fair unless you're hearing Doc go around the crowd talking to his horse, right?
You know what? You're absolutely right. No one is more vocal, more enthusiastic, and encouraging of their animal than Doc Steve Renard. You know what? He actually got in this. He's a veterinarian, or was retired veterinarian, but he got into training. I think one of his first horses he had was Dad was training it. Alan Bone was training there in Mount Sterling, and Steve would come down on his weekends when he wasn't working and would want to train his horse with us and just get a feel for it, And in those little training miles, he was just as exciting, just as enthusiastic, hooping and hollering. And we used to have so much fun with him down in Brown County. But
and is he a retired vet?
Retired vet, yeah.
Yeah, and so he's a Dr. Doolittle there. He's talking to the animals.
A horse whisperer or something. He has some unconventional ways. He starts teaching these things when they're really young. But as far as connection with the animal, Doc, they try so hard for him. It's uncanny. No one else gets that. Catch drivers don't have that connection with the horse necessarily, but when that horse was birthed on your farm and you race it every day, it knows you for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Animals are like that. I don't care how wild they are. They get familiar with people. And being a pastor, guess what? Jesus said his sheep know his voice.
Yep.
And the animal knows the voice and knows the demeanor of the person. And I've seen it the opposite direction, too. I'll give an example. I had an uncle, dog my grandpa could hear the truck coming down the road and got agitated in the pen because he really didn't like my uncle. And so it goes both ways. They can be agitated. Yeah. They can be happy. They can be calmed by it. And let's talk about matching the right trainer and the right driver. I mean,
we could go on that topic, Steve. You hit on it absolutely. You can go to a sale and buy the best horse there, but if that horse doesn't fit your stable, your training technique, your hands, your mentality, your handling of it around the barn, you can spoil that animal. You can make them have a sour attitude and not perform at their best. Alternatively, if the animal has a connection, you go buy some maybe mid-pack horse, but the horse just absolutely will try to the end of the world for you. Those horses can step up and make some money and win some races. So that connection there's a lot to be said for it.
And I'm looking out there at these horses. Is it me, or is this a tall group of horses? I mean, to me, this looks like a very tall
Well, we
group of
got 2-year-olds here, so they should be pretty young, but
long, lanky.
Sometimes trotted, yeah.
Particularly, let's say, be the number 2 horse out there in the blue. I think it is a tall horse.
And what you'll see sometimes as well is sometimes, depending on how that animal's carrying its flesh, is it tucked up in the stomach? Is it carrying a little more weight? They can look leggier if they're maybe trained down and thinner than if they're carrying a little more groceries on them. So it's hard to tell, but trotters do sometimes have a little more leg underneath them. The gait it requires a little more mechanical action, so you need the clearance really underneath the horse to get the most out of the gate.
And the other thing I noticed today, didn't go the same way around the track as we're racing today on all these.
They mentioned that's a new rule this year. They implemented everyone's on the track going the same direction all the time, just trying to be a little safer, cut down on any kind of hair-brained interactions on the track when you're meeting tractors or trucks or horses and this, that, and the other. So if everyone's going the same direction, hopefully we can kind of keep things a little more safer.
Tell me from the training aspect of things, I noticed that you train horses race direction when you're trying to get them up to full speed, but then you train them the opposite direction sometimes. Why?
Yeah, so typically what we did, and this is an old school way of thought, but this is the Alan Bowen way, so I'll teach it to you. But the old way is you jog the one way of the track and you race the other way. It keeps the horses sharp. They know if I'm turning this way, it's game on. If I'm not, it's just relax, exercise, go through the motions. So a lot of horsemen will just jog one direction and train the other direction, but that's changing. Different techniques are coming along. People are doing things different ways. So some people are just training for extended periods of time and just working that speed up until you get to where you want that final lick to be.
2-year-old trotting colts, first division.
There's different ways.
Lewis Harr Memorial. We're going to start behind the starting gate with the wings in. So we are going to start behind the starting gate with the wings in. None of the horses will be able to advance without being disqualified to advance past the back of the starting gate. Here's your field now for race number 5. 2-year-old trotting colts, the Lewis Harr Memorial. Number 1 is Durango's Jezebel, owned by Dr. Steve Renard of Hamilton. Dr. Renard, the trainer-driver. Number 2, Shady Maple Becky, owned by Wyatt and Lane Avenatti of Chrisman. Changed the owners to Wyatt and Lane Avenatti of Chrisman. David Avenatti, the trainer. Wyatt Avenatti will do the driving. Number 3, Call Me Maybe, owned by Dennis Gardner of West Salem. Dennis Gardner, the trainer-driver. And number 4, Frontier Macho, owned by Dennis Gardner and Benita Simmons and Ann Schneider of West Salem, Springfield, and Petersburg. Dennis Gardner's the trainer. Tom Simmons doing the driving. Steve Renard, the owner, trainer, driver of the one, a retired veterinarian from up in Hancock County in Hamilton, Illinois. Been training standardbreds on the side as a hobby for many, many years. Well, he had a very successful veterinarian practice up there. Continues to train several horses up in Hancock County. Wyatt Avenetti, just 27 years old, one of the rising stars in the sport, regular at Oak Grove in Oak Grove, Kentucky, at Hawthorne Park, at the state fairs in Springfield and DuQuoin. Wyatt's won 3 in a row with a horse his family owns. Great seats down in Oak Grove. Dennis Gardner driving the 3. Owner, trainer, driver of the 3. Call Me Maybe. Started Goomster here a couple of years ago. Made his first start right here at the Greene County Fair. Goomster went on to win over $250,000 and become the Illinois Harness Horse of the Year last year at 3. And Tom Simmons driving the 4. Semi-retired as a driver, probably the winningest driver in the Midwest Colt Association in the 70-year history of the Colt Association. Nobody's won more races than Tom Simmons. Here they come, and Tom Simmons is going right to the front with Frontier Macho. Stablemate, Call Me Maybe, is right there second. Then we've got Shady Maple Becky and the trailer Durango's Jezebel. 2-year-old trotters race around the first turn. They go past that first furlong marker in Frontier Macho with veteran Tom Simmons. He leads by a length and a half over Call Me Maybe and Dennis Gardner. Wyatt Avenetti with Shady Maple Becky's back there third, and Steve Renard with Durango's Jezebel. The trailer, all 4 making their career debuts. First quarter was in 36 3/5 of a second. 36 3/5. They move over to the 3H mile marker. The class included gelding Frontier Macho from a Cassis mother in Maui Mama. Leads by a length and a quarter. Back there second is Call Me Maybe, New Jersey Viking gelding from a stakes-winning dam and Maybe Gravy. And 110, 1/5 of a second, 110 and a fifth. Shady Maple Becky's back there third. And Durango's Jezebel as they move to the 5/8 mile marker. Frontier Macho by 2 lengths. Call Me Maybe racing a little wide but not really gaining on stablemate. Frontier Macho as they race towards a 3/4 mile marker. And Tom Simmons just shook the lines at Macho here. And Frontier Macho picked up the pace and opens up about 3 on the field. 144.2. 144.2 off the 3/4. Shady Maple Becky's picked up the leader now. They got an 1/8 of a mile to go, and they're trotting pretty quick now. Frontier Macho with the lead. Shady Maple Becky is back there second. These 2 fillies are gelding in a filly turn for home. Frontier Macho. He opens up 5 here for Tom Simmons. Frontier Macho holds off the challenge of Shady Maple Becky. Call Me Maybe will be home third, and then we'll have Durango's Jezebel.
All right, as we get back with you here at the end of this race, we'll update the screen here. We'll have the layout out there for you. Not a really fast-paced race there, and Durango's Jezebel got off in the grass, got slowed up, and never made that ground back up, David.
Yep, when you get into that grass and it takes the momentum out of your horse, you really almost have to get back up to pace again, right? Back up to trot, but back up to speed again because, you're pulling weight. So when that weight comes, it's like a tractor pull sled. When that weight advances, it's more weight down on the horse. And they drag through those grass or infields, it kind of slows you down. So it kind of took the horse out of the race, but that's to take nothing away from Tom Simmons and the job he did with Frontier Macho. There's a reason why Tom's won the most
Frontier
races at
Macho,
the fairs. He knows how to
two-year-old gelded son, the class
control the flow and keep things
from
in his
Maui
way. So
Mama, Cassis mare bred by the Frontier Farms of Arthur, was a $10,000 purchase at last year's Illini Classic yearling sale. All the two-year-old winners thus far have been purchased at the Illini Classic last year. Frontier Macho was picked up by the owners for $10,000 at the sale.
It's on clear, isn't it?
Chloe Walker, Brooklyn Steinecker, and Cassidy Cook are trackside. Let's give them a big hand, folks. Beautiful night here for the beautiful young ladies at the Greene County Fair.
Yeah, you notice it's getting shadier. Lisa's saying, well, it's a difference in color. Because
Frontier
of the
Macho,
shadow
owned
there.
by Dennis
Do you see
Gardner
on
of
your
West
screen,
Salem,
folks?
Bonita Simmons of Springfield,
We
and Ann
got
Schneider
lighted
of
up as much as we
Petersburg.
can.
Yeah.
Trained by Dennis Gardner, driven here by veteran Tom Simmons. Wins his first career start in 2:15 and 2, last half in 1:05 in the fifth. Last quarter in a snappy 31 seconds flat, as he did it very easily. And there's Tom Simmons. Don't see Tom much in the bike anymore, but safe to say nobody has won more races over the last half a century at these Midwest County fairs than Tom Simmons. Lewis Har Memorial. Lewis Har, big fan of harness racing here at the Greene County Fair for many, many years. The Lewis Har Memorial to the Tom Simmons driven, Dennis Gardner trained Frontier Macho.
Napa Know How.
Hello, Earl Flack for your locally owned McKay Knapp Auto Parts store. May's here, May Savings, Mayflies. I think there's Mayflies still out there. Wash and wax. How about get that car cleaned up? I know the bugs are bad right now. We've got Black Magic, tire finish, wheel cleaner, tough stuff interior cleaner, fast and finish cleaner from Seafoam.
Napa Know How.
Why don't you stop in one of our stores, have one of our friendly staff take care of you, and thank you for your business. Get that car cleaned up.
Timewell Drainage Products is a locally owned family company that has provided incredible employment opportunities in our area for over 40 years. Our constantly growing company is always looking for dynamic individuals who want to be part of an innovative, fast-paced team. To join our team, visit us online at timewellpipe.com. Timewell Drainage Products, a proud community employer since 1982.
The winner. First quarter was in 36 3/5 of a second, 36 3 to the quarter. The half was in 110 1/5, 110 1/5 to the half, 144 2 for the 3 quarters. 144 2 3 quarters, and the mile was in 2:15. 2 2:15 2 for the mile. Race 5 checks down 4 2 3 1 on the bottom. 2:15 2. Race number 6 will be next, sponsored by CHS, second division of the 2-year-old Colt Trot. Number 4, Shady Maple Beckers, now owned by Wyatt Lane and David Avanetti of Chrisman. Also in race number 6, number 2, Fox Valley Brady, not in your program, but Fox Valley Brady was a winner yesterday Fox Valley Brady won yesterday at Martinsville. The one Syndit Emmett finished 5th at Martinsville.
She just sent it to you by text.
Hello, young man.
Well, David, let's talk a couple of minutes about this race coming up here. As we both picked the same horses to finish in the same order, 2, 4, 1 in this order. And no track record here. So I don't know about you. I'm picking on trainer. I'm picking on driver.
Well, we saw Fox Valley Brady win yesterday, so you got to like him, right?
Well, I can't remember what I ate for lunch yesterday. I can remember what I ate for supper, but as soon as I get to the end of the night, that memory will be gone.
Trust me, I understand. We saw 3 of these, I believe. Syndit Emmett and Goom was at Martinsville yesterday, and Sutton Chili. I don't remember if Wyatt wasn't there, but if Shady Maple Becker was there or not. But yeah, it's hard to handicap a 2-year-old race this early in the season with no qualifiers on the program or anything. You really have to go by trainer, or the pedigree maybe, who you think the driver, the best driver in the field is. Any kind of advantage.
And the qualifier was supposed to be the 25th, right? May the 25th at the fairgrounds.
That was the. I'm glad you asked. That's the preview. So qualifier is a line. You have to have a non-purse race. You have to prove you're good enough before you go race at the pari-mutuel tracks. So that's a qualifier. So if a horse is making its first start, let's say in New York City, it would have had to have shown qualifiers, race, training miles, we'll call them. That'll show in the program because they are judged. They are recorded. They're charted like a normal mile, but there's no money awarded. In Springfield last week, and it's going to be this week now, that Saturday, is the Illinois Department of Ag has the 3-year-old preview. So it's the 3-year-olds and up from this year. Kind of one of the earlier races for them. The Department of Ag puts up the money, and State Fair hosts the races, and they've got a pretty big card. I think last week they had 15-plus races, and they had to push back. But there'll be that many horses put back in the box for Saturday, I think.
Okay. All right. So as we get ready here, and people are wondering, boy, yesterday you had a lot of crowd shots. Well, Lisa is up in the booth with us, and so she can't connect with the crowd. Usually we're finding her when we're talking in between, and she's mixing with the crowd down there, and she's taking, getting the camera on the crowd, and not so much here. But every fair is different for us. Every time we go someplace, it's a different setup of some kind.
Right, and you talk about different in things with this fair specifically. Look down on that first turn. That beverage tent, as long as I've been coming to the Greene County Fair, has been from that gate back to the roof packed. That's where the people are come down here at Greene County. They like their fish sandwiches and their ice-cold beers. I think the firemen or something put that on that food stand down there. But, yeah, that's where everyone hangs out down. That's a rowdy place. Everyone's cheering and hooping and hollering. It's a good time. So, we're in the crow's nest on top of the grandstand, and Lisa's up here with us, whereas yesterday she was across the way from us in the grandstand and able to get some kind of good shots. Things, every place is different, but it's always good to get different views and different angles and different perspective. This is one of my favorite fairs. I was just talking about those fish sandwiches. I might have to send Mom and get one here pretty soon because I've kind of been craving one. But if you know what I'm talking about, the fish sandwich and the beer tent here. It used to be the burgers here. The brass door were the best, but that's been a while ago.
Yeah, there's quite the crowd down there.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, had to go tell Lisa, the boss, and tell her where to point her, or ask nicely, please, would you point your camera down that direction? As we're talking about this, there are places that you will see people gathering. Brown County, you'll see them much like the fence people.
Yep, all
that
the way
are
around.
Down past that are going to be around that from one edge to the other in Brown County. Part of it is that's where all the shade is in Brown County, unless you're in the grandstands.
Yeah, Brown County's good about putting, from the fair office over around to the first turn. That whole fence row is lined typically. And the cool place about here is the beverage tent has a lot of horse knowledgeable people, we'll call them. You'll see some ex-horsemen and some friends of horsemen in there. And so you'll notice they know what they're talking about. They'll kind of chime in at some of the drivers walking by or someone's going back to the winner's circle. I saw Jamaica going back earlier and stopped off and talked to some of the guys over there in the beer tent. So, it's kind of cool to get that kind of on the apron. Whereas if you're at a baseball game, someone coming out of the dugout, right there taking batting practice, taking their swings, you can kind of give them a shout or talk to them and try to get their interaction. It's cool to be that close to the athletes.
Trotters are out now for race number 6. This race sponsored by
David,
CHS, second division of the 2-year-old trot
from this event
in the MWIRA. Fields out,
but we
race
have
6.
Seen and heard
who?
The cicadas. There's not many cicadas down here at the Greene County.
Go down to Charleston, there are.
With all that tree foliage out there. We stayed in Charleston, and you can hear them
Look at your
through
wife
the windows
getting
here.
that shot. That's what it's
there
about.
we go. We start harness racing fans out early, folks.
Hey, if you don't start early, you don't start getting good fans. So hopefully we have a long-time fan right there on the camera. That's cool.
Hey, it's not as loud as a tractor pull.
No, exactly. You can kind of maybe catch.
You don't have to put earmuffs on them for this. But
we love seeing those families come out to the fairs and just enjoy, the beautiful weather out here, the relaxing environment, the exciting races, the good food, and
And have we heard anybody from the backstretch? Have we got many messages?
It's been a quiet day. That the YouTube chat has kind of lit up a little bit, and I've talked about a couple of those. But really, all in all, it's been pretty quiet. I say that here, but Leanne Shin's texting me now. We got 19 purse races Saturday plus 4 qualifiers. So Saturday, if we go over to Springfield,
19, wow.
Saturday, they're going to have 19 races at the State Fairgrounds in Springfield, and 4 of those qualifiers I told you about that are officially charted and judged miles, but they don't count for any money. So 23 races altogether.
Well, I get the great privilege. I'm not going to be able to go watch harness racing. I'm not going to. Our friend Sandy Prather is having her return.
Looks like Tom Simmons is driving the number 1. Send it, Emmett.
Scratch that.
Race 6, Tom Simmons now driving the 1. Send it.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. So I'm going to go watch soccer Friday night and Saturday morning.
How old? Youth soccer is always a blast.
Oh, well, David is, a 5th grader going into 6th
or
something? Yeah, going into 6th
so
grade.
there's some plays and strategy. It's not just running around
Emmett
chaos.
Was 5th yesterday
no, he's
at
actually a pretty good soccer
player. Good. That's
Fox
awesome.
Valley Brady, a winner yesterday at Martinsville. Here's the field, race 6. Send it, Emmett, owned by Dennis Gardner, West Salem. Dennis trains with Tom Simmons. 2, Fox Valley Brady, owned by Bridget Williams of Clinton, Mississippi. Kelsey Perriman, the trainer-driver, a winner yesterday at Martinsville. Number 3, Sutton Chili, owned by Dennis Gardner. Dennis trains with Frank Fisher. And number 4, Shady Maple Becker, owned by Wyatt Lane and David Avanetti. A Chrisman, David Avanetti, the trainer with Wyatt Avanetti driving. Fox Valley Brady, a 2:15 winner yesterday at Martinsville. Two-year-old trotters at the head of the stretch in the race sponsored by CHS. 16th away. Here they come. Shady Maple Becker made a break way back off the gate. Sinded Emmett off stride now. Sinded Emmett has made a break. Frank Fisher was Sutton Chili making the front. Sinded Emmett still on the hard gallop there for Tom Simmons as they head up the backstretch. Sutton Chili from the first crop, I believe, of the Donato Hanover son Sutton. He leads by 10. Send it Emmett back trotting, but he's got a lot of room to make up here. Fox Valley Brady's third. 31-4. That's some trotting here for Sutton Chili. 31-4. Sutton Chili by about 10. They trot past that 3/8 mile marker and head down the lane. Syndit Emmett has made his way back up to second on the outside. Puts in a step or two, but Simmons pulls him in there. Now he gets off stride again. So Sutton Chili, the half in 104-1, leads Fox Valley Brady by 7. Fox Valley Brady showing a lot of trot here too. Sutton Chili now getting a little breather there for Frank Fisher. Off that quick half for 2-year-old trotter. Still looks strong on top. But Fox Valley Brady's right there second. He was a winner yesterday at Martinsville in 2:15. Back there third is Shady Maple Becker. And then we got Syndit Emmett. Quarter of a mile to go. We got a new leader.
139-2.
Fox Valley Brady, 3/4 and 139-2. Fox Valley Brady now leads by a widening 3. Make it 4. Sutton Chili's back there second. Racing third is Shady Maple Becker. And then we got Syndit Emmett. Fox Valley Brady, they can't afford it, Gelding. But Fox Valley Standardbreds is going to win it by about a dozen lengths. Fox Valley Brady, he's still undefeated. 2 for 2 now. Sutton Chili was second. Shady Maple Becker and Syndit Emmett. That mile was 2:11 2/5. Now 2:11 2/5 by a 2-year-old trotter on the 29th of May. Might be about the fastest mile by a 2-year-old Illinois-bred trotter in May on a half-mile county fair track ever. That's a big mile, 2:11 2. Of course, the fair here is early this year. That's a pretty impressive effort there. Fair Royalty, Chloe Walker, Brooklyn Steinecker, and Cassidy Cook are out there again, folks. Your Fair Royalty. This race sponsored by CHS.
We'll bring us back up, David, until Ed starts speaking again to give the announcement at that. But one of the things I noticed our camera kind of brought out, and I don't know if this is a factor in a fast track or a slow track, but you can see the wheel grooves, how deep the wheels are going into the surface of the dirt. This is what I would call a softer track out there based on that. And is that quicker or
Fox Valley Brady, a 2-year-old son who can't afford it from Don't Think Twice, an Andover Hall mare.
All the
bred by the Walkers, Fox Valley Standardbreds is Sherman, owned by Bridget Williams of Clinton, Mississippi.
It's a
trained and driven by Kelsey.
It tends to keep its shape more when you drive through it. You see the track marks a little bit longer. They've done a great job with this track today. When we got here, it was pretty hard, pretty tight, and they scratched it up and kept water on it. And it's a good track. Gives you can pick up a handful of it. And you can clump it, and it should stay in a clump, but it shouldn't be too hard. That's kind of the feel you want. So we're getting a nice hot track tonight.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know which you would prefer. I could see from the horse's hoof points you'd want it loose enough that the hooves are gaining traction as you go through, but not so loose that you're dragging the cart.
Yeah. There's like definitely a happy medium. You know, when There's definitely a happy medium. If the horse is having a tough time picking its foot up off the ground. So when that horse foot, they go at an angle, they go at speed, that foot hits the ground, and actually that hoof expands. Well, that kind of opens up the quote-unquote palm of the horse and kind of grabs a handful of dirt. And when that comes up, they got to let go of that. So if their hoof stays packed or something, it's kind of hard for them to go.
Brady, your winner.
Too hard.
Number 3,
it's like running on concrete, right?
Finished
so
second.
There's a happy
Number
medium
4,
you want
Shady
that's hard
Maple
enough
Becker
to have
was
a bottom, but
first
soft
quarter
enough
was
to get a
in
hold
31 and 4/5. Half in 104 and a fifth. 3 quarters in 129 and 2. The mile 2:11 and 2/5 of a second. Race 6 checks from the top. 4, 1, 2, 3 on the bottom. 2:11, 2/5. And the Pick the Winner contest winner, Lisa Van Hoos.
Sorry about that.
You're
Wanted to
fine.
get some of that information in again. Not sure of the rhythm here as we get going. but
Love that shot. Look at the benches over there. Everyone who's raced here knows those benches, you know. I think they got some new ones a year or two ago, but how many great horsemen have sat there and watched a lot of races in that first turn draw gate?
If they could talk.
If they could
the
talk.
benches could talk.
And watch training miles. Look at that shot. I love the beer tent, the beverage tent we'll call it, but they're packed. They're having a good time. They got their programs.
The adult beverage tent.
The adult beverage tent. They sell fish, though. I think they got some good food, too. But while we were sitting there talking about the backstretch and not getting much involvement, I do want to mention that I checked our Facebook as we've been live here, and we crossed the 500 follower mark. So we want to thank all of our followers who went ahead and followed us on Facebook. That helps kind of keep you informed, keep us engaging with our fans, and keeps everyone kind of on the same page. So thank you for that.
All right, with that, we'll take a commercial break. We'll be back after these messages.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
Make plans now to attend the 25th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Established in 1999, the Illini Classic has been producing champions for a quarter century, including reigning Illinois Divisional Champions On Higher Ground and Scorecard Dandy. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 2nd at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield, beginning at 11 a.m. Central. Come join us and finish the summer strong.
As we come back, David, as we get ready to go here with race number
7, right?
7.
That's what I have.
All right. All right.
3-year-old filly Pace, first division, race sponsor Jewel Construction for a purse of $1,619. We got a field of 5 horses here. Pull our picks up and we can talk about them. I want this one. I got to press the right buttons over here. Okay, we're up.
Oh, did I not have us up here?
No, I push side by side instead of news layout.
side
We're
by
good.
side.
We're good. I'm talking to myself, Steve. Don't worry about me.
That's all right. Hey, I do it all the time.
We didn't do picks, did we?
Yeah, we did. Let's see. Let's go back to the pick from the last one. Let's see what we can find out here because it's just a couple slides back. Sorry. There we go. We both picked a 2-horse. We won there. The 4-horse. We picked as the second place, and the 1-horse we got the 2-horse, but that was about all we did.
I don't think Tommy got along with Cindy Emmett very well. They made that break in the first turn, and Tom was kind of trying to strangle him back down and get him back under control the rest of the mile, and he wasn't really wanting to behave. So I don't know but the horse still can go fast. Obviously, you could tell that. So there's a lot of year left.
All right, let's take a look at this
Race 7.
Race 7 to see what we have here. There we go. Race 7. And your picks are what?
We don't have picks out yet. Did you have picks out yet?
Yeah,
I need to do mine. Then
talk
talk about yours and I'll do mine.
I've done all of mine.
Okay.
I got into this early.
I'm going to go...
Of course.
2, 5... maybe I like the 5 on top. 251. It's 251.
2-5.
And just to kind of explain myself a little bit, Delight Moon coming off a couple wins. Confidence goes a long way. Tom Simmons trains these horses all right. He's got his man Mikey Rogers in the bike. So I think that horse is probably going to be tough on the inside post. The outside horse, Paradise Tomorrow, we've seen that horse a couple times. Remember the story about Daryl Miller's mom and passing away? And such a cool name for a horse, Paradise Tomorrow. We've watched that horse now for 2 years. Got a sentimental favorite I want to cheer for. And I went third. I went to the 2. Delight. Or wait, that backwards? I had the 1.
2.
I had the 1. I'm 251. You're 452.
Oh, okay.
There we go. On top, or for third, I went to the 1, Dandy's Gratitude. Just the inside post, Kelsey, Chase Porter. That connection is going to be pretty hot today. I think we're going to hopefully get a nice clean mile and sneak up the inside for third, hopefully.
What was your picks again?
I am 251.
Okay. 251. Okay. And I'm telling you what, UC Annie is one of my picks there. We'll turn Ed up as we get ready to go here fairly quick. He'll give us some more information. But David and I different picks except for the number 2. We picked a lot of number 2s the same today.
We have.
One will be Dandy's Gratitude, owned by Chase Porter.
It's hard to ignore those 1s on that page.
Kelsey Perrymont, the trainer driver.
Well,
to the Light Moon, owned by Glenn Bauman of Multi-Town. Benita Simmons of Springfield. Tom Simmons, the trainer with Mike Rogers. 3, Walkerville, owned by Hart Walker, Bob Walker, Chaz Walker, Robin Klingler.
And I'm going
Bob
with
Walker, the trainer with Jordan Patton. Number 4, UC Annie, owned by D. Phillips of Athens and Jamaica Patton of Rochester. Jamaica Patton, the trainer with Mike Cox. And number 5, Paradise Tomorrow, owned by Kevin and Daryl Miller of Arthur, Glenn Otto of Arthur, and Lester Detweiler of Sullivan. Kevin Miller trains with Wyatt Avenatti. 3-year-old filly pacers here for a purse of $1,619 in a race sponsored by Jewel Construction. Number 2, Delight Moon, a $21,000 winner last year at 2. Had a 2-year-old win at Hawthorne in 157. A qualifying win this year already at 159-1. This mile should be the fastest thus far of the evening by far. Some nice horses here. UC Annie has a couple starts down in Oak Grove, Kentucky. Time there in 158-1 in Paradise Tomorrow. $13,000 winner last year with a win at DeCoin over the mile track there at 2 and 156-4. The 3, Walkerville, first career start for this 3-year-old filly. First full from the $200,000 winning Buckle Girl Bobette. They're at the head of the stretch. Gates on the move. Sixteenth out. And they're off and pacing. Delight Moon first out there for Mike Rogers. That filly jumps out and gets the lead. Hypnotic Blue Chip daughter. But here comes Paradise Tomorrow, who started on the outside. And Paradise Tomorrow's flying up on the outside, now looking for the pocket. And Kelsey might not let him have the pocket. Now he does. Up front, the leader, Delight Moon, by a length and a quarter. Paradise Tomorrow sitting right there second. Dandy's Gratitude is racing third. Racing fourth on the inside now is Walkerville. Then you got UC Annie, 31-2. 31-2 past the quarter-mile marker. Delight Moon, the Hypnotic Blue Chip colt, leads by a length and a quarter as they move past that 3/8 mile marker. Paradise Tomorrow with Wyatt Avenatti sits right there second. Dandy's Gratitude on the inside third, and moving up on the outside, here comes UC Annie and Mike Cox. They're on the move. Field's well bunched. Half and 102.3. Past the draw gate they go. It's Delight Moon by a length. UC Annie now takes over second on the outside. Paradise Tomorrow locked in third on the inside. Moving up fourth, Walkerville with a nice trip. Second over on the outside, now moves up to be fourth, and Dandy's Gratitude is the trailer. 3.5 lengths separates the whole field. UC Annie on the outside leads by a half a length. Delight Moon fights back on the inside. 3/4 and 1:33 and 3. Walker Will's on the outside racing third. They move over to the 7/8 mile marker. Delight Moon on the inside. UC Annie on the outside. They turn for home. The battle is still between Delight Moon, UC Annie. Lead moved by Paradise Tomorrow, but it's going to be UC Annie home by a half a length. Delight Moon, Paradise Tomorrow, and Walkerville. 2:03 flat for the mile, 2:03 flat.
Well, David, a nice race there as my horse comes back to
your
win
horse.
that.
I hear you.
I'm claiming that horse.
No, that's a good race. Exciting.
Not a horse I picked yesterday.
And you know what? You talk about people having fun. Mikey Rogers and Mike Cox have been driving together at these fairs for 20-plus years and have trained together for a long time. I mean, those guys were driving hard,
flat,
coming home.
The fastest mile of
all
the
in good
afternoon.
fun.
Remember
the good friendly competition.
Bob Decker family giving a
Yeah, I think I've got the order right here.
trophy
We'll see what Ed
to
says.
the winner of the fastest pacing mile, and another trophy to the winner of the fastest
Paradise Tomorrow
trotting
might have been
mile.
second. I don't remember,
of
but
the
yeah, that was
evening.
pretty good to me.
Bobby Decker Memorial presentation to the fastest pacing mile winner and the fastest trotting mile winner of the program. This mile, 2:03. Last half was in a minute and 2/5 of a second.
I got the box.
The last quarter in 29 and 2/5 for a mile in 2:03 flat.
Jordan was fourth. Walkerville was fourth. Okay, you're good. Cool.
I'm good?
Yep.
So I got the box on that one, David.
Yeah, I hear you.
But I got the winner, too.
UC Annie
We're not
has some
keeping
stars
points. We haven't
somewhere.
done
3-year-old
that.
filly
We
from
haven't.
the
I haven't
got
Tumbleweed
into the rhythm yet.
by Sagebrush.
And plus, I picked a lot.
Bred by
several
Ron
races
Phillips and his
yesterday you
wife
didn't
Dee
pick.
of
Well, then you're ahead of
Petersburg.
me.
Yeah.
This filly's owned by Dee Phillips and Jamaica Patton as Jamaica picks up another win on the card. Fourth out of 7. 4 training wins out of 7 races for Jamaica Patton. Mike Cox doing the driving here. Nice job by Mike.
There's a motley
Owners,
crew.
Dee Phillips and Jamaica
Jamaica,
Patton.
Mike Cox, and Gator.
UC Annie in 2:03 flat with a quarter and 29 and 2 on the end of it. Your fair royalty, Chloe Walker, Brooklyn Steinacker, and Cassidy Cassidy Cook, trackside now for the Jewel Construction Trophy presentation. Results of race 7 now official. Number 1, Dandy's Gratitude finished 5th. 2, Delight Moon was 2nd. Number 3, Walkerville finished 4th. Number 4, UC Annie, the winner. And number 5, Paradise Tomorrow finished 3rd. First quarter was in 31 and 2. Half in 102 and 3. 3/4 in 133 and 3/5. The mile 2:03 flat. 7th race, checks from the top, 5:24, 1:3 on the bottom. 2:03 flat for the pacing mile. Coming up next, race 8. Second division of the 3-year-old pacing fillies. Scratch the 4, Carrot Top Moose. Scratch the 4 from race 8. Race 8, sponsored by the Levy. Great place to stop, not far from right.
All right, let's talk about the fact that, let's see, we're at race 8.
We're at race 8.
Let's go back to this slide here.
Okay.
The Midwestern Illinois Racing Association is one of our banner sponsors out there, and we'll be doing, this is one of the 6 races that they have on the card that we're doing, right?
Yeah, the NWIRA has been around for, I think, Kurt sent a text earlier, and Ed was reading through it, since like 1955, I think it said. This Midwest area of Illinois is kind of our home, and these fairs are ones that I've been to my whole life. So we appreciate their support and their donations and all their working with us, and we like going to all the fairs out there.
Yep, folks, have a party. We want to tell people, encourage people, have a party, set at home, and
I did somehow hook up my YouTube and got some updated stuff in the chat. So apparently I was missing some chats, and I went back and caught up on all those. I want to get some shout-outs here. So first one here, we got Clark Fairley. Clark's from down in Charleston. He said he's watching from his truck, from the passenger seat of the truck, and he does appreciate those times being up on the screen in the middle of the race. So those split fractions for horsemen, we look for them. We're always kind of keeping that mental math going. But so we want to say thanks, Clark, for watching. Find your way.
No, I was going to see what your picks were.
Okay. Jordan Staples is watching from down in Mount Zion. We want to thank you for watching. And, of course, we got Rob Grismore up in Chicago. That's the R Chi-Town, I think, R Chi-Town Grizz or something. Ann Schneider commented she wanted to know about how to donate. So how would we tell her about how to donate? Is there a slide we could go to maybe?
Yeah. Hang on just a second. I'll get right to that as we have that available.
Perfect.
Let's see. Donate slide. Here we go.
And we'll go to it. So for any kind of donation to Harness Tube, go ahead and you can send a donation to Harness Tube or the Venmo at Harness Tube or our PayPal at Harness Tube. Or a lot of people are sending just good old-fashioned checks. P.O. Box 63, Mount Sterling 62353. I've got a post office box there in town. I check regularly. And if any kind of donations you want to feel to help us out, kind of defer some of these costs, we really appreciate anything we can get going over here.
All right. And so
I got two more, though. I'm still going.
Man, you're really behind.
I missed a bunch. I think I just reconnected the internet. But Carmen Rogers was mentioning how she remembers the fish sandwiches down in the beer tent and the brass door burgers and all that kind of good stuff here at the Greene County Fair. And the last shout out is one of our top drivers here in Chicago, actually in the Midwest, Travis Siekman, top driver in Chicago for a long time, commented, reminding me that Denny Gardner's nickname is Goom. Goom.
Okay.
Remember Goomster from last year?
Yep.
That was his horse, yeah.
Yeah.
But Travis, I touched on it yesterday, I think. Darla Martin has a new helmet, and I think Travis's wife, Desiree Siekman, did the paint job on that, which is a really cool kind of artistic talent to have. I dabbled in it at one time myself. But Desiree does a great job. I think she's posted today Travis's new helmet with some personal aspects. He has a deer antlers on his helmet that she created for him and some arrowheads, which I think is just so cool. So shout out to the Siekmans over there in Indiana. Now I'm done.
Are you sure?
I think so.
All right, let's see what the picks are for race 8 here as we get ready to go for race 8. We'll have that up on the side-by-side here as we take a look at things.
Are your picks up or am I picking up?
Well, it'll be your turn for picks. I'll tell you what mine are after you tell me what yours are.
Oh, I'm going first over here?
Well, have you picked already, or are you just
I'm going to go I like these. I like the first three. I don't know how to box it. I'm going to say 2-1-3.
2-1-3.
Yeah.
All right.
Big Flicka, John Fletcher, Mikey Rogers. They're tough at the fairs. If Mikey gets the front end and controls the fractions, those horses that John Fletcher trains can usually hold on pretty tough. At Alicia, Jamaica's horse, I watched that horse last year. I like how it's bred. I like how it raced. Maybe a little immature last year, kind of into himself. Got 17 starts in. Hopefully kind of rounded out in form. And then Hermia Star out of Brian and Kenny Herzog for Freddie Patton. And Jordan driving the 3 now. Jordan Patton on the 3. I went to 3rd. You got to cheer for the Herzogs. They're just good people. Love the horse racing. Involved from top to bottom. Volunteer. So there's my top 3.
And 4 is a scratch.
4 is a scratch. Carrot Top Moose is out, which I was hoping to see Alex Conti drive today. He's a kid from Springfield. I've seen him, but alas, today's not the day.
Well, here's what I have for you. We flip-flopped our 1 and 2. So I went with the Alicia first, and then I went second with Big Flicka. And then I'm off of the scale here, away from you, Pasqualina. is my number 3 horse.
Yeah, I watched that horse a little bit last year too. Seen a lot of drivers. You know, with these county fairs, anything can happen. So it's really hard to pick. I mean, at this point, I'm just kind of grabbing stuff and looking at names and writing them down, because if I try to analyze too much, I'm guaranteed to be wrong.
Well, that's just it. The more knowledge you have, I don't care what it is, harness racing or everything, you overthink it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I'm a go from the gut guy. Go with your gut.
Some of the best drivers are just on a hot streak. They can just feel the moves before they happen. You don't have to think about it.
As we're getting a call to the post, we're getting ready for the next race here. We'll go to Ed.
And we'll bring him up.
Well, he's not ready to speak yet. We'll watch for the mic to go up. I'll turn sideways here for a moment, David, so I can kind of watch him a little bit. But
Ed when Ed's on the microphone, he keeps the show moving pretty quick. He calls for the next thing and doesn't let things get too stagnant.
Yeah, we're in race. What are we? Race 8, which should be the 2-hour mark, and so
how we doing
we're
on time?
about 6:56. So we're just about the 2-hour mark.
See,
as we get things going
like
here,
clockwork.
Yeah, and so as they get ready to go here, they're going to do one more lap around.
Let me just go ahead and say it's so cool to see all the horsemen and generational thing, you know, looking around the fair and seeing some familiar faces. You've heard Ed mention Chloe Walker that was crowned the pageant queen, I think, last night or 2 nights ago. Her dad, Mark, is a longtime horseman. All the horsemen know him. But the cool thing about it is Chloe's cousin, Lena Malink, was actually the queen last year. So that's 2 Walkers queens from Greene County Fair in back-to-back years, and that's pretty cool to have a horseman family.
There's a field now for race number 8, 3-year-old filly Pacers.
The Walker barn right over there.
Adelicia, Baron Phillips, Jamaica Patton, and Ryan Sperry, Jamaica Patton, the trainer with Mike Cox. 2 Big Flicka on by Nan Turner of Argenta, John Fletcher, the trainer with Matt Avanetti. 3 is Hermia Star, owned by Brian and Kendra Herzog. Beecher City, Freddie Patton Jr., the trainer. Jordan Patton will do the driving of the 3. 4 Scratch, number 5 is Pascolina, owned by Elijah Bocha of Chicago Heights. Mike Rogers trains and drives. And number 6 is Miss Larry, owned by Tanner Saltzgiver of Fisher. Tanner's the trainer with Wyatt Avanetti. Again, the Decker family will give the Bob Decker Memorial to the fastest pacer of the evening, and another one to another.
Oh, that's cool. I missed that before.
Trophy to the fastest trotter of the evening, 2:03. The fastest pacing mile thus far.
Big shout to the Decker family for doing that. That's cool. I didn't hear that before. Are we at the car yet, Steve? Can you see over there?
We're just coming to the car and just going to get set here.
Then we'll give it to Ed.
2:05 by Fox Valley Jesse, the fastest trotting mile thus far. Adelicia, Big Flicka, Hermia Star, Pasqualina, those 4 on the gate. Miss Larry in the back tier. Fields at the head of the stretch. And here they come. And they're off and pacing. Adelicia, rough gated on the inside. Heads up, folks. Adelicia's made a break. 1 horse has made a break. Everybody's clear, but pretty tough start there. As Adelicia made a break on the early going. Flying to the front then was Big Flicka. Big Flicka's totally in control here as we race down the backstretch. Hermia Star is back there second. Miss Larry from the back tier moves up on the outside third, now second. First quarter in 29 3/5 of a second. Big Flicka off a quarter in 29 3. Quickest of the evening here for Matt Avanetti. And now they go past that 3/8 mile marker. Racing towards the half mile, it's all. Big Flicka with a Miss Larry. Avanetti's are 1-2 here as they move past the half. Big Flicka with the lead. 59 3. Miss Larry there second to half. 59 3/5 of a second. Mike Cox comes flying up with Adelicia. That filly's regained her form after a break at the start. She's made up a lot of ground here. Back in contention for Cox as they race towards the 3/4 mile marker. Big Flicka, Miss Larry, Adelicia right there with the leaders. Then we got Hermia Star back there fourth. A little over a quarter of a mile to go. 3/4 and 1:31.1. It's Big Flicka. Big Flicka by 3. Miss Larry's back there second. Adelicia's racing a third. Hermia Star's back there fourth. Pasqualina's racing a fifth. They're in the stretch. It's Big Flicka. And Big Flicka draws clear by 5, make it 6. Miss Larry will be second, but it's Big Flicka. Matt Avenetti.
While we wait for them to separate the judging and pictures and all that kind of stuff, what a nice race.
Yeah, that was.
I didn't even know Matt was driving Big Flick. I missed that one, and I looked up and I thought, oh, that's Matt Avenetti. Or as Kurt would say, the brothers Avenetti were leading that race for half the race.
Let's see. Who picked that horse?
I know.
David, you're having a
Should
rough
I quit?
night. No. I don't want you to quit.
Just start picking something else. I'll start picking.
We're going to start doing points.
At mile 202, 1/5 of a second. 202, 1/5. Quickest mile of the evening thus far.
That was quick.
That is. Big mile.
Fractions of 29 and 3, 59 and 3, 131 and 1, and 202 and 1. Big Flicka.
You know, that first turn can be tricky. People kind of take it for granted. It kind of flattens out as you go into that first turn. And if you aren't in the right spot and you aren't watching, it really kind of bends around on you and can cause some horses some grief.
Behave. The camera was on us. As,
I noticed.
Lisa pans around through here and down.
But it's cool for everyone to see, the full experience, right?
Yeah, I mean, it takes a village to do these races.
Absolutely. And it's a bunch of familiar faces, all just, bootstraps.
And we got to have emergency personnel out there because we can't start racing. Again,
Correct.
That's one of the qualifiers.
Correct.
Until that team gets here, because we had, what was it, Decatur
medical
or someplace?
personnel.
We had to wait for medical.
They left, didn't they?
Yeah.
They got called out. Yeah.
And so we had to stop racing.
There's your winner of the Levy Trophy, number 2, Big Flicka.
Yep, we take as many
O'Brien
precautions
Turner
as
of
we can.
Argenta, trained by John Fletcher. Well driven by Matt Avenetti. Hypnotic Blue Chip, 3-year-old filly from Frisky Flicker by Feelin' Frisky, bred by Argenta's Nan Turner. Trainer John Fletcher at the head of this fine filly. Just wins in 202 and 1. Wins the trophy courtesy of the Levy. Nan Turner out there. Big supporter of all phases of the harness racing sport throughout
Nan Turner
the
right there
Midwest.
with the canes. She's, I think she's a real
John
estate agent over
Fletcher,
in
Matt
Decatur,
Avenetti,
Arcola
Big
area.
Flicka, 202.
She's been a successful owner for
win the
years.
Levy
And
Trophy.
John there in the green shirt, here's her trainer. They've always got good horses, and she likes racing. She's always involved in all the the community, the award ceremonies. She's very, very fun. Always got bright colors on.
Yeah, I saw her over at the barn earlier when we got here. She's here.
She used to have like green glasses and pink glasses and stuff like that, but Nan's been around a long time and had a lot of good horses.
As we get ready, we'll get some things from Ed here when he starts talking to finish up the finish on this race.
Ron Kress, you need to move your white GMC truck.
Should I look
You're
ahead and
blocking
pick my
some
ninth
people
race?
in.
You better look at that.
Ron Kress,
better look
white
at it
GMC truck.
really hard.
Please
No, I know.
move it.
I don't know.
Pick the winner contest winner. Correctly picking the 2, Big Flick in race 8, Sandy Evans. Sandy Evans wins refreshment tickets. Results of race 8 official. Number 1, Adelicia, was third placed fifth for that interference at the start. Adelicia made a break right at the start of the race, interfered with a couple of other horses. So the 1, Adelicia, third placed fifth. Number 2, Big Flicka, the winner. Number 3, Hermia Star, fourth placed third. Hermia Star, fourth placed third. The 4 was scratched. Number 5, Pasqualina, was fifth placed fourth. Pasqualina, the 5, fifth placed fourth. And number 6, Miss Larry, finished second. First quarter was at 29-3. The half and 59-3. 3 quarters and 131-1. The mile 2:02 and 1/5 of a second. Fastest mile of the evening thus far. Top down with the placings, 5-1-3, scratch 4-2 on the bottom, 2:02 1/5. White GMC truck, Ron Kress, you need to move it, please.
We'll get back if we can. All right, so that's half, right? Yeah. Let's go to the beginning.
As we get ready to go here.
Race number 9, 3-year-old Colt Pace, First Division, Graham Law.
Napa know-how.
Hello, Earl Flack for your locally owned McKay Napa Auto Parts store. May's here, May savings, Mayflies. I think there's Mayflies still out there. Wash and wax. How about get that car cleaned up? I know the bugs are bad right now. We've got Black Magic, tire finish, wheel cleaner, Tough Stuff interior cleaner, fast and finish cleaner from Seafoam.
Napa know-how.
Why don't you stop in one of our stores, have our friendly staff take care of you, and thank you for your business. Get that car cleaned up.
ADI, located in Golden, is one of North America's largest pattern tiling installers. We've helped farmers create water management systems for over 40 years with pattern tiling across farm fields, generating proven data showing a boost in yield and greater profitability. Changing weather patterns do not have to cost you yield dollars anymore. Start with a free estimate now by calling your local ADI representative, David Lohman, at 309-280-2411 or by visiting our website at agdrainage.com.
All right, David. Well, I got proven wrong. I'm going to go back in my slides here so I can show this. I thought I had the winning horse, and what happened there?
You did, didn't you?
No, I had the number one horse did not win.
Big Flicka won.
Yeah.
Huh?
And let's see. Oh,
Big Flicka won.
Yeah, but you picked Big Flicka, didn't you? Or did I do them back? No. Or did I do them backwards?
I did 2, 1, 3 was my picks, but they finished 2, 6.
I did 1,
with the placings.
1, 2, 5. 1, 2, 5 is my pick.
Yeah, well,
I screwed up.
let's look at the 9th race.
Interference, right? What is some
The first turn, yeah, the break was being made, and everyone's kind of barreling into that first turn, and it gets tight, and so there was a placing in that race. So, but yeah.
So it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Hey,
ADI,
it happens,
as we get ready for the 9th race of the night, David and I picked the same horses, I believe, on this. As I'll go back here and get this changed up. Let's talk about that race a little bit, David.
Okay.
See about what you think.
With 4 horses, there's only so much you can pick from. But I went on top to the 2 Scrappy coming up. Boo Cavett for Leroy Hunt. Just looking at the card, there's too much on that page, finishing on the board 2s and 1s, and shows the last quarters in 26s and change. There's speed there. I gotta like that horse, so I put him on top. For the second, I went to the 3 Vertical Speed. Anytime you're betting Avenatti Miller combination at a county fair, you got to put them in the mix. Those two are dynamite together. And for my third pick, I went to a horse I'm kind of familiar with. Wizard Shark was in the Alan Bowen stable last year and is over in Mikey Rogers' barn now for Ron Cox. I know that horse. I know what he's capable of. And so I just got to put a long shot on him and hope he kind of cleans up the table for us.
Now, is that the gray-colored horse?
No, that's Silver. This
Silver,
one, yeah.
excuse me, Silver.
I saw him earlier warming up with his bright blue harness on, his gray. He's so pretty. But this Wizard Shark is the one that I was own part of myself, and He's a talented thing out of Revenge Shark, and he was a brother to one that Doug and Troy bought and had some success with, named Western Perch. So we were familiar with the
Paces
family,
are out. Paces are out now for race number 9.
If we can tap into it.
Well, one of the things that I want to talk about here, David, is how important it is for the county fairgrounds to have a place and have people training at the horse barns at the local track, and the difference that means between having harness racing and not having harness racing.
It does, and there's so many things that happen in upkeep of the barn, upkeep of the track, maintenance of those kind of things. When you're not out there every day, it's easy to forget about it, and let it go unchecked. And you can't really put together a track in a barn just in a week. It takes year-long maintenance to keep those things up. So it does. When these fairs lose their trainers, it hurts them for sure. That's why we're out here trying to promote it, bring it back, and get some stuff going again.
And we want to acknowledge your dad, Alan Bowen, trainer in Mount Sterling. Your family has trained in Mount Sterling for a number of years, correct?
Yeah, I think when Dad passed away, he was at 64 years. I'd have to do the math in my head. But, this is the first year there's not a horse in the Bowen stables for nearly 70 years at the Brown County Fair.
Wow.
So it's different in Mount Sterling. It feels different, but that's life. It goes on.
Well, and as we've seen different people come into this, I'm looking at this race card today, looking at some of the trainers and drivers, and I think there's people on here that I don't remember seeing, or we didn't see them very much last year
sure.
of new people as far as being in the barn, and some of the same owners, but we're seeing different people as far as this is concerned. And I don't know, like, for instance, trainer Leroy Hunt. I don't know how much we saw him last year.
Was he Tennessee somewhere? Leroy comes up from the south, and stays and is up here for the summer months, and then usually brings a handful of horses and has some success around the fairs. He's a good old boy, been around a long time. Co-owner there is Milton Greer. The Greers go back.
The Brown County roots there, right?
Different Greers.
Different Greers.
Different Greers.
Here we go.
Let's cut to them. Get back to Ed.
Pace. Here they come. Off and pacing. Wizard Shark away quickly. Vertical Speed has made a break now. Pack pacing, though. Vertical Speed, very rough gate off stride for about a half a dozen steps. They're 3 wide into that first turn, and they're flying, folks. They're pacing up a storm, and it's up front there. It's Scrappy coming up on the inside. Wizard Shark puts in a few steps and now takes back, looking for a little place to take a break after trying hard for the lead. 3 lengths separate the field. They're flying past that quarter-mile marker. Scrappy coming up on the inside. 29-2. Here comes Wizard Shark at the leaders again. Scrappy coming up on the inside. Wizard Shark, he's been parked every step of the way, and he's only a nose back as they move past the 3/8 mile marker. Scrappy coming up on the inside. Wizard Shark is right there second. Vertical Speed is racing third. Mr. Turbo Muffler is in chase there fourth. They move towards the half-mile marker. Scrappy coming up on the inside. Wizard Shark on the outside. The half in a minute and 2/5 of a second. 1 minute, 2/5 of a second. Scrapping coming up. Getting the trip here is Vertical Speed. He's right there second. And just waiting to get out for Wyatt Evanetti to head up the backstretch. Scrappy coming up, has the lead by a length and a quarter. Vertical Speed is right there second. Mr. Turbo Muffler and Wizard Shark is paying the price for being outside. They got a quarter of a mile to go. Up front, it's Scrappy coming up. 3/4, 1:33.1. They're tiring a bit. Vertical Speed still right there second. Not picking up that leader right now, though. Mr. Turbo Muffler and Wizard Shark, they're in the final 1/8 of a mile. Scrappy coming up is still there. Here comes Vertical Speed. He's going to try him on the outside. Scrappy coming up, Vertical Speed, but Scrapping coming up is the scrappiest today. He wins it for Cornelius Cavett. Vertical Speed, Mr. Turbo Muffler, and Wizard Shark. Leroy Hunt trained. Leroy Hunt owned, along with Milton Greer, both from Tennessee. Wayne Brown down there with Leroy. Scrappy coming up. 2:03, 2/5 of a second for Cornelius Cavett. Wins the Graham Law Title Run Trophy here. Big effort for this 3-year-old son of Samsar somewhere from Hapuntash per Umbro McIntosh, bred by Leroy Hunt and Milton Greer of Tennessee. Results of race 9 official. Number 1, Mr. Turbo Muffler was third. 2, Scrappy coming up the winner. Number 3, Vertical Speed was second. Number 4, Wizard Shark finished fourth. First quarter was in 29-2, the half in a minute and 2/5. 3 quarters in 1:30, 3 and a fifth. The mile 2:03, 2/5. Checks down 3-1, 2-4 on the bottom. 2:03, 2/5. In the Graham Law Title Run sponsored race.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
Make plans now to attend the 25th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Established in 1999, the Illini Classic has been producing champions for a quarter century, including reigning Illinois Divisional Champions On Higher Ground and Scorecard Dandy. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 2nd at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield, beginning at 11 a.m. Central. Come join us and finish the summer strong.
9, Jerry Roth. Jerry Roth wins tickets to the refreshment stand. Jerry Roth.
All right, David, as we get ready for race number 10 already this evening. We've only got
flies when you're having
5
fun.
races left as we're moving through the racing fairly quickly here. We've got a beautiful night for racing. Folks, I don't know about you, David. Growing up, it seemed like every county fair I went to was the hottest day of the year.
You know, when I was a kid, they seemed a lot hotter and sweatier than they do now. We've had such great weather the last 2 years. A couple rainouts, a couple moves, but all in all, I mean, when we've been broadcasting, it's been pleasant.
Do you have any changes in this last race here?
Last race or 10th race?
10th race.
10th race, we've got Matt Avenatti on the 1, Holy Lucifer for Carol Hayes. A change from Brother Wyatt.
Okay, hang on. Let me get to my changes here, and I'll make these changes as you go. So that's going to be Matt. All right. And who we got next?
On the 2 horse, Brendan Potts. Brendo was one of our donors last year, the white and yellow colors. You might remember him.
Okay, and how do you spell Brendan's first name?
Brendan, I believe, Potss. Double check that first spelling, but Brendan. All right, we're good.
We're good.
I'm calling it good. My phone was seized up, so I didn't want to mess with unhooking my internet.
And what's your picks? Have you done your picks yet?
I'm going to let you talk while I do. Well, okay, go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to make my picks, and I can tell you that I am picking, I understand with Wyatt Evanetti as the driver on that horse. I don't know. Again, I picked 2 Mikey Rogers horses. Who's driving? We made that change already. Potts is driving that. So I understand. Ashley's Silver Guy, I picked second. That's a horse close to home.
I remember that horse very well. Yeah, that is the last horse that Dad trained, the Ashley Silver Guy. So pretty cool to see him out here at the Greene County Fair racing again as a 3-year-old year.
And Dandy's Tornado, I'm picking for the third spot.
Oh, you picked Brendo up for the third, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, Brendo Potts. I went a little bit different. I went with Ashley Silver Guy on top. I watched this horse race through the winter and the early, January this year up at Hawthorne, and he learned how to race. And with young horses, that goes a long way, just understanding what's expected of you. So I think maybe this year will be a little bit better than it was last year. I put him on top. Second, I went to I Understand again. Kevin Miller, Wyatt Evanetti, tough duo. For third, you know what? Matt Evanetti does not get enough credit. That kid can drive as good as his brother. He's been impressing me the last 2 days. I got to put him up here for third. So I got 3-4-1.
3-4-1 for David. 4-3-2 for.
Uh-oh.
So we flip-flopped the 1 and 2 again and picked different ones for
good.
Third.
Makes it fun.
It does. It does. And again, if you want to shoot the picks out there, you can find the race sheets, the official race sheets, on our Facebook page on Harness Tube, and you can be active and send us your picks and tell us why you're picking a horse. We'd be interested in why you picked the horse you pick. Great evening for harness racing tonight. Lisa's got the camera set. She's taking a little break over there. Well deserved. She's the hardest working person in this crew.
I was telling Mom about how hard Lisa worked, and Mom, on the way up here today, is like, there's no way I could go 4 or 5 hours without a potty break. I said, well, Lisa has that nurse bladder, which we're very thankful for.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, Lisa does a great job. Last year stepping up and kind of learning on the fly, and this year being thrown all over different places up in the booth, down in grandstands, and on the track. She's done everything and just taken to it.
It's like we just, make suggestions to her, and she does the job there. You'll notice one of the key things is keeping that pace through that red, white, and blue tint in the back. You'll notice you go in, you lose the horse, and the horse comes out on the other side right with her because she's got the pace set down and does a fantastic job. And I will tell you, from our sports broadcasting, the camera people are the unsung heroes of the whole thing. We get all the glory being the announcers.
They think we're the stars, but the artistic eye belongs in the person who's putting it on the screen, and that camera is looking for interesting things that might be fun, where the action is. You got to just kind of feel it, and she's developed that so great, and we've had a blast, learning with her.
And I'll bring up a Brown County in person here that's making a living behind the camera, Austin Boylan. He will be in Chicago here in a couple of weeks on one of the turns, but he's been at the Belmont. He
worked the Derby. He worked the Preakness. I don't know if he's working the Belmont.
NASCAR. He's a cameraman, and folks, how he decided he wanted to do that, he ran the film camera in high school for the football team, and he decided he wanted to make a career of that.
And he did so well. He was a little bit younger than me, but when he was in high school, he won some national award for video editing. I think he produced a movie or a short film or something when he was like 18. So that kid, I would love to get him on the interview for Mount Sterling if he happens to be back home in Mount Sterling for the Brown County Fair, just to kind of ask him, have him look at what we're doing, kind of what his take is and what, his experiences have been, because I could learn so much from just talking to him about broadcasting for more than 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I know Lisa would like to talk to him. We work with him in the Brown County Deer Classic. And, folks, if there's something that you've never been to, the Deer Classic is one of those things. We're going to go to Ed as he gets ready to
I'm glad you plugged that,
here.
though. It's a great event for Brown County, so, yeah, thanks for saying that.
You will never see more guns and more deer heads in your life.
Travis Seekman is still listening, you've got to come to the Deer Classic. It's a tire school gymnasium covered in deer mounts and auction off guns and gun cabinets and hunting trips. And how many people? 200 people there, and
Oh,
a bunch
300.
online.
We had the gym full. It was overflowing this last year.
If you like deer hunting, come on down. Is it November usually? November 8th or something? Around
yeah, it's a leap year this year.
If
so
you like deer
later.
hunting, check out the Deer Classic. St. Mary's School in Mount Sterling is a beneficiary of that great fundraiser. And not to be outdone, Action Brown County is doing a fundraiser in Mount Sterling about horse racing. They had a night at the races where we
second annual.
Second annual. That's going to be their annual event. They rent out the hall in Mount Sterling and put races up on the big screen, and local people were buying horses and naming them. So Ed was up there announcing these custom named horses, and you got to bet on who you think was going to win, and the community just had a blast. It takes away the handicapping aspect and just allows people to have fun. For good cause.
Unfortunately, Lisa and I have been on vacation the last 2 years when that event has occurred. We've loaned equipment for that event, but not been there. We were in the great state of Alaska.
Oh, so jealous.
That. Yeah. Just a reminder, Alaska is a rainforest, so it rains like 220 days out of the year, but it wasn't bad rain. Beautiful scenery, seeing God's country up there. But again, folks, support your local events.
Yes.
Again, we talk about this. You can have your own event at home centered around harness racing and centered around the event.
Cook up some corn dogs and watch the horse races, or make some nachos.
I had corn dogs today at home.
That sounds all right.
Celebrate,
yes.
We got the wrong number on the 4. She got a 5. Is that all right, Judge? We're not going to change it.
4 is the 5.
So Holy Lucifer,
We'll
they're going to
out.
go to the gate here. 1 is Holy Lucifer, owned by Diane and Carol Hayes of Williamsville. Carol Hayes, the trainer with Matt Avanetti. 2 is Dandy's Tornado, owned by Chase Porter of DeCoin. Mike Rogers trains with Brandon Potts. 3 is Ashley's Silver Guy, owned by Carol Cox of Huntsville. Mike Rogers trains and drives. And number 4, wearing the number 5, is I Understand, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur. Kevin Miller trains with Wyatt Avanetti. Again, number 4 is wearing the number 5. I Understand. They're at the head of the stretch, race 10. Hog Incorporated, the race sponsor. Here they come. Ashley Silver Guy's first out. I Understand on the outside as they race into the first turn. Ashley Silver Guy and Mike Rogers. I Understand is out there second. Dandy's Tornado is racing third, and Holy Lucifer and Matt Evanetti's racing fourth as we head up the backstretch towards the quarter-mile marker. Carol Cox's Ashley's Silver Guy leads by a length and a half. Right there, second on the inside as they move past the quarter-mile marker. In 31-1 is I Understand. Racing third, Dandy's Tornado. And the trailer, Holy Lucifer, as they move over to the 3/8. Ashley Silver Guy, a winner last year at Hawthorne at 2 in 58-1. Leads by a length and a half. Looks comfortable here for Mike Rogers. I Understand is racing second. Here comes Holy Lucifer and Matt Avanetti. Ashley Silver Guy, 1/2 and 3-2. Past the draw gate, over to the 5/8 mile marker. Ashley Silver Guy on the inside. Holy Lucifer is out there second. I Understand is racing the third. And then we got Dandy's Tornado. A swing out of the turn, up the backstretch towards the 3/4 mile marker. Ashley Silver Guy by 3 parts of a length. Holy Lucifer's out there second. Racing third, I Understand. 3/4 in 1, 34-2. They're going to have to catch Ashley Silver Guy. That's not going to be easy, but I Understand's going to give it a run. Ashley Silver Guy on the inside. I Understand on the outside. And I Understand goes right on by. I Understand. Wyatt Avanetti. Ashley Silver Guy will be home second, tight for third.
At mile 203 4/5, 203 4/5 last quarter, 29 2/5 last half in a minute and 2/5 of a second. I understand.
All right, David, we'll pop in here a moment while Ed is off the air and they're getting ready for the winner's circle. He'll be speaking here in just a moment.
Here's your winner of race number 10, number 4 with the number 5 on his back. I Understand, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur. Trained by Kevin, well driven by Wyatt Avanetti. 3-year-old son of Hypnotic Blue Chip from the Go By Girl, My Feelin' Frisky, bred by Kyle Houston and Amy Houston. 2034 in the Hog Incorporated sponsored race. Wyatt's brother Lane Avanetti down there for the picture. Results of the 10th now official. Number 1, Holy Lucifer was 4th. 1 Holy Lucifer was 4th. Number 2, Dandy's Tornado was 3rd. Number 3, Ashley Silver Guy was 2nd. Number 4, I Understand, the winner. First quarter was in 31-1. Half in 103-2. 3 quarters in 134-2. The mile 203 4/5. Race 10 checks down 4-3-2-1 on the bottom. 203 4/5. Hog Incorporated, your race sponsor. Race number 11. Grummel Spreading Services, the race sponsor of this overnight pace. Number 1, Faded Future, will be driven by Wyatt Avanetti. Race 11, the 1, Fated Future. Change the driver to Wyatt Avanetti. Pick the winner contest winner, race 10, Destiny Schmidt. Destiny Schmidt wins the tickets to the refreshment stand. Destiny Schmidt.
Sponsors out there. On Gate is one of our sponsors out there. That is one of our banner or our card sponsor, or billboard, whatever you want to call it. That's a way you can advertise with us as Lisa gets a shot up here in the booth. We want to remember Bobby Papa Deck and Tommy Decker.
It's so nice of the Decker family to put up that award for the Decker Memorial for the fastest trot and fastest pace of the day. So that's really cool.
Absolutely awesome. And then as we take a look at the schedule here.
And didn't Jody do a great job singing the national anthem?
Absolutely fantastic job.
You're a musician as well, so you understand how hard that song can be.
Oh, I won't sing that song.
And she does it all over the place.
I'll sing it in the shower, but I'm not going to sing it anywhere else because I'm afraid, as good as my voice is, I may sound like Roseanne Barr. So, and so with that, our schedule coming up here, we want to let people know about that. We've got a 2021 race schedule. This is second of that. In Carrollton. Next week we'll be in Carlinville on Tuesday.
You keep sliding that 21st one in there, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Carlinville in the 4th, the 5th, we'll be in Decatur, and we'll be back in Decatur on Saturday. Big racing on the 5th. Wednesday on the 5th.
Downstate
big
Classic.
Money, Downstate Classic, folks. you're going to see a lot of
seen
horses
some of the
at
best
that.
horses and horsemen in the state come through that fair to race in that stake, so we're excited to go watch that.
Check out our Facebook page for that. But the biggest thing we want to talk about is from the backstretch. It's one of the things we enjoy the most. Send us a picture.
Anything,
of your
chats.
watch.
This is all fun.
Yep, David's reading the chats. We're throwing up some pictures. We got pictures from yesterday we're throwing up because it's been so cool. My favorite picture, though, David, if they want to, they can email that to harnesstube@gmail.com or your phone number.
Yep.
Or they can chat with you on YouTube there.
Which is really handy.
It is. But my favorite picture is the one on the left here, folks. It's a horse called Sour Grapes.
Which is a cool name.
It's a cool name, and the history behind that name is you'll have to ask Julie about that, about why she named the horse Sour Grapes.
Something about Phil hated it or something?
Phil
didn't like it, or I don't remember.
Any of the names that Julie was picking out.
Oh, yeah.
And so she said, let's just name it Sour Grapes. And so I think that's right. Julie, if you're watching or listening, you can send us a message, say right or wrong there. We'd love to have you, when you're at the racetrack, come up and talk to us a little bit.
Absolutely. We love it. And as you know, with the Bowen family or the Surratts, Sour Grapes, a little nod to wine as well, maybe, huh?
Maybe. A little vino there. But Sour Grapes is watching Harness Tube there on the phone if you watch that on your screen. And then we've got Mr. Avenatti, wasn't it?
Yep. Wyatt was down in Oak Grove yesterday racing down there and keeping tabs on the Martinsville County Fair over in Clark County. So we appreciate sending your pictures in, guys.
Put this out here to people that have people in the nursing
home.
So cool.
Timber Point Health,
Health in Camp Point, Illinois, had a day yesterday at the races, and they bet, and they had, fair food and things like that.
They were picking their own horses. They were looking forward to tonight. They were so excited to do it again. So thanks again to Katie for over there at Timber Point for getting that hooked up because, there's a generation of people who grew up going to county fairs as a kid and remember this kind of thing and maybe haven't seen it in a while. So to kind of surprise them with something, some nostalgia from a blast from the past can just mean the world to them, or it can bring them back, So it's a great way for us to kind of connect and share something, a sport that, isn't necessarily as divisive as necessarily baseball or football or something. It's everyone is having fun doing this.
Everybody has a blast doing this. And what changes do we have starting race 11? I see a red note up there.
Wyatt Avenatti on the one, Faded Future, trained by Curtis Carey coming out of Iowa. The Careys are horsemen from Iowa, have been doing it for a long time. Curtis's grandfather, Dudley, up there at Junction, what town he's in, but he's 102 years old, I think, and does he own this horse? No. He still owns horses. I think he's still breeding some, still goes out to the barn every so often and checks on his animals out there. He's 102 years old. The Careys have been doing it in Iowa for a long time. And Curtis and his sister both have helped us with getting the broadcast set up. Iowa did that through the Iowa Harness Horsemen's Association a couple years before us. And we've looked to them for some inspiration. So we appreciate all their help on that. Getting some more changes coming in, looks like. Got it. Thank you.
In this race?
Yep, on the 4-horse Underdogs, driven by Jordan Patton.
Okay.
And if you look, that's a Bob Walker horse. That's a local horse. I think Bob was making a couple first-time starts here tonight. It's nice to when your horse can make their first start on a track that they're familiar with, one that they jog on every day. It takes out some of the variables that could go wrong, new sights and sounds per se. So we've got Jordan Patton on Underdog for the Bob Walker barn.
Okay.
Local connection. Look at that ownership, all those kids. Hart Walker, that's Bob's son. Chaz Walker I saw down there. Bob's other son is somewhere in the box seats. I see Robin. That's Bob Walker and then Robin Klinger. Yeah, so 3 of the kids and Dad own that horse together here. Local connections making a first start at the Greene County Fair 2004.
And I'll talk to you about my picks while you're picking yours. I went with the Jerome Daniels horse, the number 2 Rockin' Legal as the number 1 horse. And then number 2 is J.J. Freight, a very consistent horse in my book from last year. And then final, number 4, Underdog, the Bob Walker
Fields
horse.
out now for race number.
And so I just liked that and went with that for my third pick. David, I'm sure you've got something different over there.
Maybe. My on top, I went to the 5, JJ Freight. I can tell you a story about Jimmy Freight when we get back on the air, so remind me that the dad of that horse. Then for the second, so I went 5 to 2, Rockin' Legal again. If you remember at Carlinville last year, we saw a dead heat driven by cousins, owned and trained by the same guy, and that was one of these horses. So I remember that from last year. That horse has some talent, I think. So, looking for some sort of do that again this year. And for the third pick, I went to the 4 again, Underdog, with the local connections. Even if I don't think maybe my sentimental pick, I'm rooting for him. So got to throw him in there.
There's a few people up here in the
are listening to me, making sure I'm cheering for their horse.
Well, the Walker family is kind of predominant up here in this booth right now.
Tina's been doing it for a long time. Emma's up here helping her. But even more importantly, to my little left, we have Mama Marietta, the original. She was up here doing this for a long time. Tina learned everything from her, and she's still over here working, cutting checks and filling out program changes and whatnot. So you can see it's a family affair for the Walkers and keeping the horse races running in Illinois.
Yeah, but
we'll go back to Ed. I hear the
Herzog of Monticello, New York. Kurt Carey trains in White Evanetti drives. 2 Rockin' Legal owned by Jerome Daniels of Springfield. Jerome Daniels, the trainer driver. 3 Don't Count Me Out owned by Sidney Kelly of Clinton, Mississippi. Kelsey Perrymon, the trainer driver. 4's Underdog by Hart Walker, Chaz Walker, Bob Walker, and Robin Klingler. Bob Walker trains Jordan Patton driving. And number 5, JJ Freight, owned by Jeff Carey of Columbus Junction, Iowa. Jada Long of Clinton, Wisconsin. Kurt Carey, the trainer, with Mike Rogers.
See some picks coming in. Rob Grismore picking JJ Freight. My story on JJ Freight. Oh, I'm getting corrected here. Dudley Carey, 103 years old. Getting corrected by Carly Carey. 103 years old, still doing it. But the story on JJ Freight, Freight is sired by a horse named Jimmy Freight. And the interesting story there is Jimmy Freight was an Iowa bred. Came off the county fairs in the Iowa Fair circuit and was purchased by interests out of Canada. Adriano Sorello purchased
These
horse.
overnight's not restricted Illinois breds
horse
like
hadn't
the
raced
Midwest
anywhere
Stakes.
but county fairs in Iowa. Had a market 216. The
One
horse
Faded
sold for about
Future by
$150,000 or something. Went on to make $1 million or so.
Pennsylvania.
Standing stud in Canada, and now is seeing some of
2
his sons.
Rockin'
So
Image,
it's fun to
Rockin'
see.
Legal by Rockin'
The
Image
dad of this
stands
horse
in Indiana.
came from Iowa, one of our neighbors.
Don't
To
count
see
me out
these locally
by
bred
the late
horses
Real Desire, who also
step up
stood
to
in
the
Indiana.
high stakes is really kind of fun to see. So we like cheering on
Underdog
those locals.
is an Illinois bred by
We're at the
World of
gate, aren't
Rock
we?
and Roll.
yes, we are.
I got to pay better attention.
JJ Freight, the 5-horse by
We'll give it back to
Jimmy
Ed then.
Freight, who stands in Ontario. Fields at the head of the stretch, race 11. Here they come. Great start. They're off and pacing. Rockin' Legal on the inside. Don't Count Me Out. So way second. Couple breakers there. A little rough gated. Was Mike Rogers there with JJ Freight, but he settles back in third. Faded Future is racing fourth. Racing fifth here in the early going is Underdog. They race up the backstretch. The leader, Rockin' Legal, by a length and a quarter as they move past the quarter-mile marker. Rockin' Legal, Don't Count Me Out is right there second. Quarters 31 and 1/5 of a second, JJ Freight. Along the inside third, Faded Future's back there fourth. But it's still Rockin' Legal as they move past the 3/8-mile marker by a tight length. They're at the head of the stretch coming a single file towards the half-mile marker. Rockin' Legal by a length, Don't Count Me Out, sets right there second. JJ Freight is racing third, Faded Future. And Underdog as they move past the half and single file. Half and 103, 3/5 of a second. Rockin' Legal. The 3-year-old filly leads by a length and a quarter. Don't Count Me Out is still right there second. JJ Freight is back there third and about to make a move. Racing fourth is Faded Future. And the trailer is Underdog as they race towards the 3/4-mile marker. Now a 3 across the racetrack. It's Rockin' Legal with Don't Count Me Out and JJ Freight pushed 3 wide. They got a quarter of a mile to go. The 3 across the racetrack. 3/4 and 136 3/5 of a second. It's still rockin' legal. Don't count me out. JJ Freight is out there. 3 wide and Faded Future needs racing and will have to come 4 wide. They're at the head of the stretch. They're 3 across the racetrack. Now they're 4 across the racetrack. Rockin' legal on the inside. Don't count me out. JJ Freight is closing the fastest of all. JJ Freight on the outside. JJ Freight. Oh, no. Rockin' Legal came back on the inside. I think he nipped him by a nose. Looked to me like Rockin' Legal. JJ Freight got by a half a length. Rockin' Legal came back, and unofficially, it's the 2. Rockin' Legal.
Okay, David, 2:06 and 3, didn't he say?
I had the 3/4 and 136 and 3, mile and 2:06 and 2 is what I heard.
All right. We're kind of showing, went back too far, I guess, on the replay.
2:06 2/5, 31 and 1, 103 and 3, 3/4 and 136 and 3. The mile 2:06 2/5 of a second. Looked like JJ Freight was going to roar right on by. And right there in the last 20 yards, Rockin' Legal looked like he got a second wind and came back up the inside. Looked to me like he got there by about a half a head.
Well, David, we'll get the final results here. The bad part about it is, well, I don't know what somebody's cooking, but it.
Oh, I'm telling you, the food here is amazing. And you haven't even had a fish sandwich yet.
No.
That's the, and before that, the food here is so good. Every fair has a favorite food in this place, the fish sandwich. I think it's the fireman that put it on, or Fairboard or somebody down there in the beer tent. It does a great job.
All right, Lisa, good shot of the gate there.
And I spoke wrong. That horse was not owned by Leroy Hunt last year in that dead heat at Carlindale. I had the wrong horse. This one's owned by Jerome, it looks like. But
Number 2, Rockin' Legal, is owned by Jerome Daniels, trained and driven by Jerome. 3-year-old daughter of Rockin' Image from Legal Process by Well Said. Winner last year at Springfield in a qualifier over the mile track in 159 and 2. Nice effort here. Not quite worried in the field because I think this 3-year-old filly was headed by JJ Freight halfway down the stretch, but Jerome got her going again, and she came back up the inside to win here in 2:06 and 2, winning the Grummel Spreading Services Trophy. Chloe Walker coming back trackside, your fair queen. What a great job she's been doing. Chloe Walker out there to make the Grummel Spreading Services Trophy presentation to the connections of Rockin' Legal. 2:06.2 winner here in race 11.
Another good race, David.
Results of race 11 now official. Number 1, Faded Future finished 4th. Number 2, Rockin' Legal, the winner. Number 3, Don't Count Me Out was 3rd. Number 4, Underdog finished 5th. Number 5, JJ Freight was 2nd. First quarter was in 31 and 1/5. The half in 103 and 3/5. 3/4 in 136 and 3. The mile 2:06 2/5 of a second. Race 11 checks down 4-1-3, 5-2 on the bottom. 2:06 2/5.
All right, folks.
Race 12 coming up next. Open Trot, Clough and Grummel Limited. Local attorneys, the race sponsor. Race 12, Open Trotters, Clough and Grummel.
Napa know-how.
Hello, Earl Flack for your locally owned McKay Napa Auto Parts store. May's here, May Savings, Mayflies. I think there's Mayflies still out there. Wash and Wax, how about get that car cleaned up? I know the bugs are bad right now. We've got Black Magic, tire finish, wheel cleaner, Tough Stuff interior cleaner, fast and finish cleaner from Seafoam.
Napa know-how.
don't you stop in one of our stores, have our friendly staff take care of you, and thank you for your business. Get that car cleaned up.
ADI, located in Golden, is one of North America's largest pattern tiling installers. We've helped farmers create water management systems for over 40 years with pattern tiling across farm fields, generating proven data showing a boost in yield and greater profitability. Changing weather patterns do not have to cost you yield dollars anymore. Start with a free estimate now by calling your local ADI representative, David Lohman, at 309-280-2411 or by visiting our website at agdrainage.com.
All right, as we get ready for race number 11, I don't want to brag too much, but I picked 1, 2 there, David. I didn't pick the third place horse.
I can't pick them right. I can't get my story straight. Leanne, she just texted me and said last year at Carlinville it was Rockin' Faye and Rockin' Cafone for Wayne Brown. I had the wrong horse. I don't know what I was thinking, but yeah, you're beating my butt. There's no two ways to cut it.
And you know what? It'll come back to me. I can guarantee it. Probably the next races that we do, it will come back to haunt me. And so as we get ready for, is it race 12 we're on now? Yes.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, I got to get back to 12.
You're good.
To be able to do some stuff. Any changes do we have on this one?
I got Mikey Rogers driving the 5. It was a to-be-announced driver, so we can confirm that Mikey Rogers is supposed to drive the 5, Zion's Really Chilly. That's a locally trained and owned horse by Alan Petrie. I thought he drove a little bit last year, drove this horse, I thought. Had some success, I thought. 6 wins and 18 starts. Been racing over at Hoosier Park lately. Mikey Rogers gets the line tonight.
Okay, I'll talk about my picks, and then I'll do
mine.
Do yours, and then I'm going to take a break here for just a moment before this race starts. But I'm going with You Ain't No Fool, Rashawn Trigg, trained horse, Jamal Dennison driving that horse. Number 2, Just Another Bag. David Avenatti, trained horse, Wyatt Avenatti at the reins tonight with that. And then Zion's Really Chilly, Alan Petrie. And who did we just say was driving
Mikey
that?
Rogers is what I have written down.
Rogers driving that, and that's going to be my picks for this race.
Well, I actually went to Zion's Really Chilly on top. I said that horse race last year. I remember he got a lot of nice quality starts in. With 18 under your belt, you hope this horse can kind of come into this race prepared. I got in the home crowd. You always want to cheer for the locals because they have the most of the kind of people here rooting for them. So I went on top, Zion's Really Chilly. For the 2, I went to You Ain't No Fool, Jamal Denson for Roshan Trigg. And for my 3rd pick, you know what? Jerome Daniels is having a decent little day. He's having some good drives. So I'm picking his horse On Glide out of the 2-hole to finish 3rd. So give me the 5-6-2.
All right. I'll be back. You can talk, or Ed can talk.
All right. We'll bring that up.
Really Chilly. Make the driver Mike Rogers.
We're flying solo. Steve left the booth for a little second, but you still have me. So we're looking at the 12th race here, the Open Trot, Clough & Grummel LLC race sponsor for a purse of $1,000. You can see our picks on here, but the Open Trot's always an interesting race. You expect these horses to be able to mind their manners and put in a quality mile without too much conflict. But like I said, these are trotters. This is county fair. And you never know what will happen. So we like kind of...
Trotters are out for race 12. Trotters are out. Race 12. Open Trot, Clough & Grummel, the race sponsors. A horseman. Let's parade him, horseman. Parade the 12th.
Grizz is telling me to take the 6 in this race. Not a bad choice at all, Rob. I mean, that horse is tough. To come off 2 seconds in Fayetteville, Kentucky, open trot down there. I would expect this horse
we lost
to
the
probably be
screen
pretty
off
good.
the drag over there, but we can still parade this field.
We got some equipment
Watch out, horseman,
issues.
for the part of the drag. I think the screen's over there in the turn, so we might have a little bit of a break here. But here's your field for the open trot. 1 is Mariah Lou on the Flacco Family Farms. Jill Brown trains and will drive. Number 2, On Glide, owned by Jerome Daniels of Springfield. Jerome is a trainer driver. 3, Lou Sangreal, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis. Jill Brown trains with Chris Brown. Number 4, Just Another Bag, owned by Autumn Perryman of Chrisman. David Avenatti trains with Wyatt Avenatti. Number 5 is Zion's Really Chilly, owned by Alan Petri of Carrollton. Alan's the trainer with Mike Rogers. Number 6, You Ain't No Fool, owned by LaQuinton Shavers of Brandon, Mississippi. Roshan Trigg trains with Jamal Denson. Watch out for the truck and the drag over there, horseman. They'll have it out of your way here pretty quick.
It's good to have the Wildcat Jamal Denton back with us today. He's done at Oak Grove yesterday and had to give up some of his drives. We saw a new face on the fair circuit. Demarius Wakefield got a big win. Lost a shoe, got a win, lost a shoe, had a big day for the Roshan Trigg barn. But we want to welcome Jamal back, coming up out of Kentucky. I tell you what, Jamal drives a lot of county fair races, and Roshan brings on these drivers that are really tough and really aggressive, and he kind of has a style, and Jamal's kind of stepping up and racing more at Oak Grove now, and I'm glad he can come back. The piece of equipment on the track that we're trying to clean up came off the drag, so they're clearing the track right now, keeping it safe and making sure all the marks are scraped up and the horses are ready to go. Looking out over the carnival, you can see shadows from all the rides and hear the music and smell the foods. I tell you, folks, if you don't like county fairs, I don't know what you're missing, because this stuff is where it's at. It's so much fun. We're waiting on some.
Well, it looks
stuff
like
to
we
clear
got the drag off, but we got some dirt piled up over there, so have to manicure that first turn a little bit probably before we get started, but shouldn't take too long. Open Trotters,
I think we had that
sponsored by
last year
Clough
here.
and Grummel.
I remember one of the
Local
places
attorneys.
that happened.
You know, that limestone is so hard on equipment. Dragging up that hard rock, I mean, you'll wear
Clough's
through
and the Grummels, long time
harrows and
supporters
conditioners.
of everything Greene County. And, of course, the Greene County Fair and its harness racing program.
Speaking of the race sponsor, Clough and Grummel, they came to our night at the races in Brown County. They brought a whole table.
Who did?
Clough and Grummel. Craig Grummel would be the attorney at that firm, but him and his brother Kurt brought some of their friends and bought a whole table and had a heck of a time. They were buying horses and betting some and winning some, and we were so thankful they showed up, from Greene County up in little Brown County to watch some horse racing and have some fun and contribute to a good cause in Action Brown County.
Well, I mean, people are looking for new and different things to do in a community to raise money for whatever.
Yeah.
And harness racing's one of those great things that is out there and available. If you've got harness people, to raise money, it's something different to do. That's one of the things I like at the fair. It's one of those old standards. It changes every year because the horses change every year. Harness racing is a great thing to get involved. I love that I was going down here and hearing some small kids say, "Go number 4, go number 6." They don't even know the horse's name.
And it's perfect.
And
it's
they're
perfect.
liking how a horse looks.
It doesn't matter. They're having fun.
Or they like the jockey's color, or
you hope that these memories stay with them, and it doesn't matter why they remember a certain horse or why they remember a certain driver or owner or trainer, but it's the memories. You hope that when they're adults, they can think back on these times sitting in the Greene County Grandstand and remember and watching these races and think of them fondly. So we love seeing youth out here enjoying the races and cheering on the horses.
This is a great activity for grandmas and grandpas and their young grandchildren to come to. And you cannot beat the night that we have here
perfect
for this. Perfect weather. My wife would say it's even just a little bit on the cool side.
But you bring up a good point. Grandpas and grandmas, if you enjoy watching harness tube and you have grandkids, go get the grandkids and take them to the local fair. Take them to a fair where they might be close to you and you can actually see these things up close and personal. Come say hi to us. The older generation will remember the fairs from when they were young. They'll remember horse racing from its heyday. The younger generations will be excited about the 1,000-pound animals, going 30 miles an hour right in front of their face, or, all the excitement and cheering and all the bright colors and the announcer exciting calls. So whatever happens to stick with you, it's all about just, catching the excitement.
Well, we had something interesting there, and Lisa missed it because she's taking a little break there. But
okay.
A guy brought his horse through the ditch and into the grass in the infield here over on this side. He's behind the tip there. You can kind of see
there
him now,
is.
David.
Is that Wyatt? It's like Wyatt.
I don't know. Horse need to graze or?
Well, no, the horse is pulling on him. You see his arms are locked out there. That horse is really wants to go to the race. And so if the horse is on the track going in the circles, it's expecting to turn and go to that gate. He's just bringing it to a stop, bringing it in the grass, saying, hey, check yourself, rethink about what we're doing here, listen to me, I'm in control.
And the horse just shook his head and said no.
Oh, yeah, I didn't like White kind of grabbing that bit, but White's adjusting the handholds now, getting a better grip. Horses, when their feet are on the grass, I don't know if it releases endorphins or what, but they tend to relax a little bit and kind of just think,
hey, it's pasture time.
Exactly. It's ingrained in them, I guess.
It's like putting a plate in front of me. I'm going
to eat it.
I'm going to calm down, and the life is going to be good.
Oh. Holy. We have a couple more. Steve Allender's watching again from Wisconsin, was watching us last night. But right below that, Ron Young, greetings from Vancouver, Canada. Happened to stumble across the live stream, first time hearing of this track. A horse race fan from up in Vancouver on the west side of Canada, watching Greene County in
really
Carrollton, Illinois. Who would have thought it?
I was up to Victoria here the 1st of May.
Beautiful.
So, beautiful area up there about the time that the
it's one of the better tracks on the circuit.
Northern Lights.
Oh, you were? Yeah.
But guess what? People from Brown County had better pictures of the Northern Lights than I did
here at the Greene County Fair, and they've done it
You had better pictures of the scenery probably than they did, though.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would bet that. Yeah. But glad to have the Canadians out there.
Yeah, Ron, thanks for joining us. And so happy to hear you just stumbled across us. YouTube is doing its job in promoting us to people who might like horse racing. The algorithm works.
Yeah, it does. And so we're getting ready a little slow up here for those that have just joined us, as they had to get some access line graded off the track. Mr. Avenetti's decided his horse has calmed down enough that they're
back on the
pretty
track,
close to getting to the gate. We're going to have to wait for this tractor to get around.
Speaking of stumbling across races on YouTube, when I was in college, this has been years ago, I was in the computer lab at Quincy University and clicking through YouTube videos, and I happened across a race up in Canada, up in Prince Edward Isle, up in the Maritime, called the Gold Cup and Saucer. The Gold Cup and Saucer is the equivalent of a county fair in Canada. It's called Old Home Week in Canada. They have a big pageant, a big parade, a carnival, and a heck of a big race. They put on a big production, and I happened to just watch that broadcast one time, and I found some new drivers I've been following ever since. I've kind of liked them, but I fell in love with that track, that event. I've had friends. Marcus Miller went up there a couple years ago and got to drive in the Gold Cup and Saucer. So you never know what kind of tracks
All
we're going
right,
to fall in
looks
love
like
with.
we're
They
going
might
to
be
get
all
the
over the
drags
country.
off the track here, and we're
We'll
going to
wait
be going
for
with
Ed
the
to quit.
open trotters here. This is a good field. Some talented horses in here. The 4. Just Another Bag, a winner of almost $100,000 in his career. You Ain't No Fools nearing $50,000. Zion's Really Chilly has over $50,000. Loose Grill has over $50,000. On Glide over $35,000 and Mariah Lou over $43,000 in their respective careers.
Steve, I think we're becoming.
This should be the fastest trotting mile of the night.
We're getting popular at Oak Grove. We got Tyler Stephen Clemens watching from Oak Grove now today. So
Horsemen
the driver
have
from
the
up here drove in
13th
Illinois
ready.
last year.
Have
We'll
their
probably see him
13th
again
race
this year.
ready,
He's picking
please.
3-4-1, so get his
Try to
choices.
get these.
3-4-1.
3-4-1.
That's Tyler's picks.
Okay. We're about ready to do race 12 here. David, you talked about seeing unusual things on the air real quick as they go to the gate to get ready here. The fact is you sent one to me the other day, 20 horses in a race.
I was watching the Elite Lop in Solvala, Sweden, and they start 20 head to a race.
Wow.
I mean, they were 3 abreast the whole mile. There's no starting gate. It's crazy. They do it cool over there. But
And they're coming to the gate.
we'll give it to Ed.
Grummel Clough for Clough Grummel. The sponsors are at the head of the stretch. Here they come in the open trot. They're often trotting Mariah Lou and Jill Brown away quickly. On Glides away second. Zion's Really Chilly. Out in the middle of the racetrack is now trotting third. Racing fourth towards the inside, Loose Grill. Moving up on the outside here in the early going is Zion's Really Chilly. We swing out of the turn and race up the backstretch. Mariah Lou with the lead. That's Just Another Bag. Off stride and dropping back. Mariah Lou, Jill Brown leads them past the quarter-mile marker. Zion's Really Chilly is there second. The quarter, 30 4/5 of a second, 30 4/5. A trot now over to the 3/8 marker. Mariah Lou with Jill Brown lead by a length and a half. Zion's Really Chilly is racing there second as they swing out of the turn. Open trotters race towards the half-mile marker. The Lou's Legacy mare. Mariah Lou leads by about 2. Zion's Really Chilly is there second. On Glide is racing third. Loose Grill's back there fourth. 101 and 1. 101-1. That's some quick trotting there. Off the half over to the 5/8 mile marker. Mariah Lou by a length and a half. Zion's Really Chilly is right there second. A big gap back to Loose Grill, who's moving up third now as they race towards the 3/4 mile marker. Mariah Lou, Zion's Really Chilly right there second. Also on the move, Loose Grill, 3/4, 133 1/5 of a second. 133-1. A little over an eighth of a mile to go. Mariah Lou by a length. Zion's Really Chilly. Mike Rogers to the outside. They got an eighth of a mile to trot in the open trot. Up front, Mariah Lou on the inside. Zion's Really Chilly coming on. Mariah Lou and Zion's Really Chilly. Mariah Lou, Zion's Really Chilly. Mariah Lou's going to win it by a length. Zion's Really Chilly was home second. Lou Sangrio finished third. On Glide was fourth. Final check to You Ain't No Fool. And the Decker family, if you want to come to the winner's circle now, this mile 2:04 and 1 will be the fastest trotting mile of the night. And so the Bob Decker Memorial to the fastest trotter of the night will go to Mariah Lou, the winner of the 12th race here in 2:04, 1/5 of a second. Is that Julie's husband? That's not. Marge Decker coming trackside here with daughter Jody, her husband. Craig Grummel's down there from Clough and Grummel. Craig, a candidate for state's attorney here in Greene County. Very active. A lot of events here in Greene County. Director of the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association. Bobby Decker, he raced horses here for the last 60 years or so. Never missed the Greene County Fair. His family gathering now to give a trophy to the fastest trotting winner of the evening of the program, and that's going to be Mariah Lou. Lou's Legacy filly from SH4 by Valley Victor, bred by the Flacco Family Farms. Owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis. Trained and driven by Jill Brown. Jill, a talented trainer to driver, and she gets the job done here with Mariah Lou to win the Clough and Grummel Trophy, and the Decker family coming trackside now with your fair royalty, Chloe Walker, Brooklyn Steinecker, and Cassidy Cook to make the Clough and Grummel Trophy presentation, along with the Bob Decker Memorial presentation to the fastest trotter of the evening, and that's Mariah Lou and Jill Brown. Let's give them all a big hand, folks. Craig Grummel, the Deckers, Jill Brown, and Mariah Lou. Results of that race now official. Number 1, Mariah Lou, the winner. Number 2, On Glide was 4th. Number 3, Lou Sangria was 3rd. Number 4, Just Another Bag was 6th. Number 5, Zion's Really Chilly was 2nd. Number 6, You Ain't No Fool was 5th. First quarter was in 30 and 4/5. The half in 1:01. 3 quarters in 1:33 and 1. The mile was in 2:04 and 1/5 of a second. Race 12 checks down 1:43, 6:25 on the bottom. 2:04 1/5 for that trotting mile.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
Make plans now to attend the 25th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Established in 1999, the Illini Classic has been producing champions for a quarter century, including reigning Illinois divisional champions On Higher Ground and Scorecard Dandy. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 2nd at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield, beginning at 11 a.m. Central. Come join us and finish the summer strong.
On behalf of the Illinois Harness Horsemen's
Back with
Association.
it, David, as TV does some announcing here. We'll pull him down for a moment as we get ready for the next race here. As we get ready for number 13. Just
13, lucky 13.
2 races left, and honestly, we're almost right on schedule.
It's impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, you said it, old days, about 20 minutes between each race. It's
Used to
about
be.
15
There used to be more horses, more warming up. You'd go 2 heats. There's a lot more action on the track. Now it's once the first 5 races are kind of gone, most of the horses are warmed up, and we kind of start clicking off pretty quick then.
All right, and so we'll take a look at this next batch coming up here. Any changes in this race, David?
Not on my end.
Okay, and so let's take a look at, I got to go back. and go back to the picks here. As we can.
You want me to go first?
Well, you can.
Mine are up.
You can if yours are up.
I'll handicap this thing. 13th race is the IHHA 3-year-old and up pace. Filly Mare Division. On top, I went to Double Park, the 3-horse. That filly is tough. She's quick. She gets to the front. She holds on. She's really fast around the half-mile tracks. And did you catch that?
Yeah.
Okay. So the 3-horse Double Parked is out of a mare called Park on the Road, which was the dam of one of our horses that we had called Bombay Parkway. I know that family. I know the maternal line. The girls in that family are good. I got to pick 3 on top.
And we got him off. So
he's off. Okay, for second, I went to 4th. Philly's Revenge. Once again, Mikey Rogers, John Fletcher, Nan Turner. That's a tough combination. But my sentimental pick for 3rd, Candy's Fortune. That horse, I remember cheering it on to hit the $100,000 mark. It's one of the first big horses for the Herzogs down there in Beecher City, and she's been good to them. So I went 3, 4, 1.
Okay, the only one different is the number 3rd place pick. I went with Chase the Bouquet. I went with Jamaica Patton. I probably would have picked him. I should have probably picked him higher. In fact, I'm going to be different here so that I can change things up here on the bet. I'm going to go with Jamaica Patton.
On top or second?
Second.
Okay, well, you're getting the same picks as Tyler over here down in Oak Grove. I think he's looking at 3, 2, 4, but he wants to box him.
He wants to box him. That's how sure
Not very
he
confident,
is.
huh?
No, not very confident at all. So
I think we're all picking Double Parked in this race.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens with here. So they have the call to the gate as we're about ready to wind this down tonight. Again, a beautiful, beautiful night here for harness racing. We want to thank the people that have.
I stopped out, ran to the restroom real quick, and the carnival's really picking up out there. You can see all the teenagers are milling around. The music's getting loud. The kids are grouped up, and it reminds you of my childhood at these county fairs.
So Spacey, I will see if these next 2 races can beat 202 and 1/5.
202 and 1/5 needs
time to beat to get the Decker Memorial.
Yeah,
so, cool.
Yeah. So when it's starting to get dusk here,
yeah.
Our camera view is still real good. We think so, as far as light is concerned. So we're happy about that. We can hope that Carlinville, we have just as good a time. And we'll be there on Tuesday. Lisa will be on the stage there, a little bit lower view. We were right in the sun last year, and it was kind of warm when we went to Carlinville.
I forgot about that till just right now. I have to bring my little
it
fan
was
with me.
Hot.
Yeah, we're out in the open there. There's not much cover, but it's a fun fair. It's a fun track. The Decker's been down there for decades, and Jody's picking up, and kind of on the fair board now and getting the horse mail taken care of. Just good people, good community, good, take care of each other. There was
There's a field now for race 13, sponsored by the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association. 3-year-old and up Illinois bred filly and mare pacers. One is Candy's Fortune, owned by Brian and Candy Herzog of Beecher City. Freddie Patton Jr., the trainer driver. To Chase the Bouquet, owned by Linda Alhans of Monticello. Jamaica Patton of Rochester. Jamaica Patton, the trainer, with Marcus Turner. Number 3 is Double Parked, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur. Kevin trains with Wyatt Avenetti. And number 4, Philly's Revenge, owned by Nan Turner of Argenta. John Fletcher trains with Mike Rogers. This should be a good one. Fillies and mares, all bred in the state of Illinois. In behind the gate's on the move. Again, a big thank you to Stacy and Aaron DeRoos who are doing the starting for us here tonight. Candy's Fortune with Freddie Patton Jr. Chase the Bouquet, Marcus Turner. Double parked Wyatt Avanetti. Phillies Revenge, Mike Rogers. Here they come. And they're off and pacing, and they're flying out of there. Phillies Revenge on the outside. They're 4 across the racetrack, racing into the first turn. 4 across the racetrack, and that's Double Parked has made a break. Double Parked, one of the favorites, is off stride. Double Parked has made a break. Candy's Fortune has the lead here. Chase the Bouquet is racing second. Phillies Revenge is third. Double Parked made a break, but she's back pacing and flying as they move towards the quarter-mile marker. 4 very good Illinois-bred fillies in the open IHHA pace past the quarter in 30 and 1/5 of a second. It's Candy's Fortune. Freddie Patton Jr. by a length and a half. Chase the Bouquet is right there second. Phillies Revenge is third. Double Parked had made that break, but now fourth, only 4 off as they move past the 3/8 mile marker. Candy's Fortune by a length. Chase the Bouquet still right there second. Phillies Revenge and Double Parked. They're in the stretch for the first time. They got a half mile to go. They're going to have to catch Freddie Patton Jr. and Candy's Fortune. They lead by a length. Chase the Bouquet on the outside. The half in 1:01 and 4/5 of a second. Past the draw gate in the lower turn. Candy's Fortune on the inside. Chase the Bouquet is there on the outside second. And now Double Parked is right with those leaders third. Phillies Revenge is the trailer. They swing off the 5/8 onto the backstretch. Pace is quick now. Candy's Fortune by a neck on the inside. Chase the Bouquet is right there second. Double Parked is racing third. Phillies Revenge is flying up on the inside. She now takes over third. 3/4 and 134 and 1. They're in the final turn. Candy's Fortune. She's tough. She wins by 3, leads by 3. Now by 4. Back there second, Phillies Revenge. It's Candy's Fortune with Phillies Revenge. They're at the head of the stretch. Candy's Fortune on the inside. Phillies Revenge on the outside. Candy's Fortune still there. 16th of a mile to go. Candy's Fortune under drive. Philly Revenge coming on. Candy's Fortune, Philly Revenge. Candy's Fortune. Phillies Revenge was home second. .203 3/5. 203 3/5. Last quarter and 29 and 2/5. Last quarter 29 and 2. Mile 203 3/5. Fair Royalty coming trackside here. Brenda Watson's out there from the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association. Brenda works very hard as the membership coordinator. David Brink from Harness Tube, also a director of the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association, down there with Brenda Watson. They're being joined by Candy Herzog, the proud owner of Candy's Fortune. Trained and driven by Freddie Patton Jr. to a win here in 2:03 3/5 of a second. Fair Royalty, Chloe Walker, Brooklyn Steinacker, and Cassidy Cook back there trackside to make the trophy presentation again to Brian and Candy Herzog of Beecher City. Trainer-driver Freddie Patton Jr.
Well, as we wait for Ed to give the rest of the finish here.
Results of the 13th race now official. Number 1, Candy's Fortune, the winner. Number 2, Chase the Bouquet was 4th. Number 3, Double Parked was 3rd. Number 4, Philly's Revenge was 2nd. First quarter was in 30 and a 5th. Half in 101 and 4/5. 3/4 in 134 and a 5th. The mile was in 203, 3/5 of a second. Race 13 checks down, 1-4-3-2 on the bottom. 203, 3/5.
1-4-3.
So the fastest mile and the pace.
Guess what?
Still.
I had Candy's Fortune in my top 3. I know I did.
202 and change.
Yeah, you're
202 and 1 bite big Flicka.
Yeah,
one race to go. 202 and 1
It
by
was
big
nice to see
Flicka.
Candy down there. Candy Herzog
The
on that
fastest
horse.
mile.
She's been one of the ones that's
pace
helped do the
with one race to go.
Facebook Live and all that kind of stuff in that group on Facebook. She's always volunteering to broadcast or help out. She was trying to bring us snacks last year to Brown County when we got rained out, remember?
Oh, that's right. She was going to take care of us.
So nice to see all them. And Junior Patton.
Want to thank our sponsors out there that are helping us. Again, you can do that several different ways. You can do that with a banner sponsorship like we're seeing now with a Loman Ray and Trotting Association. That we'll put up there for you. It's just kind of a business card or a placard ad. Whatever
Pick the
you
winner
want to call
contest
it.
winner, race 13.
Things you can call that. And then the other thing that you can do is regular advertising. And you can advertise with us as far as a commercial and get a hold of David for things like that. On Gates, a sponsor. And then we will have, in a few moments, we'll have the Decker Baba Papa Deck and Tommy Decker sponsored ad.
So cool to see the Decker family doing that, the Decker Memorial to the fastest mile. You know, it keeps Bobby's name in the conversation. It keeps the memory alive. That's a really neat, so appreciative to the family for doing that. Thank you for being huge supporters of Bobby was good to the horsemen, and the horsemen want to be good to Bobby.
All right, let's talk about how you subscribe. We'll do some housekeeping things here before the last race. How do you like or subscribe, David, on Facebook or YouTube?
Our two primary social medias we use are YouTube for our broadcasting, of course, and on Facebook kind of for the communication aspect. So, go ahead and give us a like, subscribe, follow, whichever one's applicable to the site you're on. It helps us. It helps you. It helps keep, create the community, keep us all connected more.
All right. And then one of my favorite sections from the backstretch. You can contact us through harnesstube@gmail.com. David's phone number 312-772-5122. That's 312-772-5122. Give him a call, give him a text if you want to advertise, or if you want to just simply send a text message, say, hey, we're watching from here. We've already heard from Vancouver, Canada tonight and other parts unknown. You can chat with us on YouTube. That's how we found that out, which is great.
It's so cool to have the YouTube chat open. But don't forget, if you have a watch party, or even if you're just hanging out in your back patio watching it on your iPad, send us a picture. We want to include your images. We want to include your participation and make it feel like we're all kind of together. So send us pictures to my text, my email, Facebook, whatever. We'll try to get them up there for you.
Yeah, just like this.
I love it. That's so cool.
Send it from the barn. I mean, again, my favorite. All these are really my kind of favorite pictures. In that you've got a horse watching the race. That was wonderful.
We need to put that on our Facebook or something.
Yeah, Julie. Yeah, that needs to be one of the lead things on there. And then the nursing homes that are out there and doing the watch parties. And so,
last year Eric Plowman sent us a picture from his home. They were watching, remember, the fireplace and all that kind of stuff. We love seeing that you're watching us. We love seeing that you're watching, not us, Steve and I, us, the horse racing in Illinois County Fairs. We love having your eyeballs on us. We love having your ears on us. So, us seeing you participating.
It's kind of like to sick them to keep doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. So we welcome and appreciate all the participation.
All right, with that, we're getting ready for race number 14 on the night, the final race coming up here. That's 3-year-olds.
3-year-old and up, 3+.
3+.
Yeah, this is the other half of the IHHA sponsored race. This is the Colt Horse and Gelding division. So there was 9 horses that entered that IHHA race, 9 of them, and they split them out 5 and 4. 5 Colts, 4 fillies. We just saw the 4 fillies race for half the purse at $1,750, and now we're seeing the Colts and Geldings line up 5 across.
Yeah.
To wear the IHHA crown.
We got any changes here on this one?
No, I don't think so. Well, wait, I lied. Matt's on 5. Matt Avenatti on 5.
Matt Avenatti is on 5.
I saw Avenatti and thought it was the same, but.
Okay. Why don't? Oh, there's my 1, and Matt's on instead of Wyatt. Okay. We'll get that changed out here. And the Avenatti family, if I remember, we had aunt, uncle, or something, grandma, grandpa from Hannibal, Missouri last year. Wasn't that Avenatti?
Who was that? I don't. Yeah, you're striking a nerve. I remember something, but I'm trying to piece it together. From over Missouri, was it Hannibal or like Sedalia or something?
I think it was like Hannibal.
Okay, yeah, that sounds right. Lisa's getting a view of the grandstand, the judges' box, all of our chaos up here. Randy Callahan, our timers.
So did you pick this race yet?
Nope, I
I'll
haven't
talk
yet.
about mine as horses we know here. And so I tell you what, I'm probably, I'm going to, I tell you what, I'm going to change my number 3 pick. And so Deputy Dog is a Jamaica Patton trained and driven horse. I really liked that horse last year. Then I'm going with Sports Madness. How can a guy that does BC Hornet Sports not pick Sports Madness?
You have
to. Carol Hayes, the trainer. Wyatt Avenatti, Matt Avenatti, the driver on that. And then third, Fox Valley B. Gump. Again, in fact, I'm going to switch those. I'm going to go 1-4-5 instead of 1-5-4, and I'm going to take that and take a Forest Valley B. Gump as my second horse. What do you got there? 1-2-5?
You went 1-2-5?
No, I went 1-4-5.
Okay, I went 1-2-5. Deputy Dog, Jamaica, Dietrich Kelly. He's always been a fan of ours, and I think he works on an oil rig off the middle of the Atlantic Ocean or somewhere. I saw him post a picture on Facebook crossing the equator, just kind of cool to see. So I went on top to Deputy Dog, Jamaica Patton. Number 2, I went to Fox Valley B. Gump. Kevin Miller, Wyatt. That horse is tough at the fairs. 9-year-old sportsmaster, iron tough. Wyatt and Kevin race hard. That horse will be their second. And for third, the other brother Avenatti. Let's go for Matt. Sports Madness. I went 1-2-5.
And I went 1-4-5.
I'm going to go straight. Let's not box him. I'm going to go 1-2-5 straight.
Ah,
we'll see.
Okay.
Why not?
We'll see what's going on as we get ready. They're at the gate and coming forward. Last race of the night. We appreciate you watching and listening to us today.
Here they come. They are often pacing. Fox Valley becomes first away. Deputy Dog is always second. And Smooth and Creamy as they race into that first turn. Fox Valley B. Gump. He's got the lead by about 4 already. Deputy Dog is back there second. Smooth and Creamy's pacing along third. Sports Madness is racing fourth. And, or make that Foxman. Foxman is racing fourth. And Sports Madness as they race up the backstretch. Towards the quarter-mile marker, it's Fox Valley B. Gump. Fox Valley B. Gump was there in 30 2/5 of a second. Deputy Dog is back there second. Smooth and Creamy is racing a third. They move over to the 3/8 mile marker. Up front, it's Fox Valley B. Gump. Strong on top. Leads by 2.5, now by 3. Racing second, it's Deputy Dog, then Smooth and Creamy as we move towards the half-mile marker. Up front, though, it's still Fox Valley by Gump by 2. Deputy Dog is there second. Smooth and Creamy's third. The half and 101 flat. 202 and 1 is obtainable here. Or 101 and 1? 101 and 1 past the half. Up front, it's Fox Valley B. Gump. Deputy Dog is still there second. Smooth and Creamy's racing third. Foxman is fourth. Sports Madness is fifth. They race up the backstretch towards the 3/4 mile marker. They're going to have to catch Fox Valley Big Gump. Fox Valley Big Gump with the lead. Deputy Dog is still there second. 3/4, 1:32 and 3. Here comes Foxman. Foxman is 3 wide and on the move. They're in that final turn, and Foxman with a big head of steam on. Deputy Dog, Fox Valley Big Gump falls back on the inside. Foxman 3 wide has got the lead by about a neck. They got an eighth of a mile to go. Foxman with the lead, smooth and creamy. Deputy Dog. It's Foxman in the middle of the racetrack. Deputy Dog down on the inside. Foxman's going to win the finale. Foxman, Mike Rogers. Deputy Dog followed by Sports Madness. Yeah, Flicka, Nan. That mile was 2:03 and 2, folks. So Miss Flicka at 2:02 and 1 mile earlier, the fastest pacing mile, 2:02.1. Big Flicka, who won the 8th race. So Nan, you're going to get the Decker Memorial Trophy for the fastest pacing mile of the day. So Nan or John or Matt, somebody come up here if you would, please, for Big Flicka. This mile was 2:03 and 2 in the nightcap. Foxman, the 4, was the winner for Mike Rogers. Pick the winner contest winner for this last race. Becky Dill, I think. Becky Dill of Franklin, Illinois. I hope that's right. Becky Dill, Franklin, Illinois. Wins the Pick the Winner contest.
We wait for the final results of this final race. Again, we'll be on the air next Tuesday from Carlinville at 5 o'clock.
Big Flicka will get the Decker Memorial Trophy for the fastest pacing mile of the evening. Here's your winner of the 14th in a big effort. This is Foxman, number 4, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur, Luster, and Marcus Detweiler of Sullivan. Trained by Kevin Miller. Well handled here by Mike Rogers. Foxman's a 4-year-old gelded son of Major Bombay from Gladstone Ruby Girl by Western Hanover. Bred by Carl Becker, late Carl Becker's Fair Meadow Farm of Altamont, Illinois. Foxman wins the nightcap here, the Colton Gelding Division of the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association pace. David Brinks out there again with Brenda Watson from the IHHA to make the trophy presentation. Foxman, folks. Give him a big hand. And let's give your fair royalty. They've been down here. These girls have been down here all night. Chloe Walker, Brooklyn Steinacker, and Cassidy Cook. Big wave, girls. You did a great job. Enjoy the 2024 Greene County Fair. Results of race 14 now official. And there's Nan Turner, folks. Nan's out there in the golf cart. And Marge and the Bennetts will be coming trackside here. Marge Decker. Bobby Decker, a fixture here for many, many years. Remember him well back in the days that junior winners and Eileen and everybody in the Winners family here. Bobby Decker is always with them. And now Marge Decker and Jody Bennett. And the Bennetts and Marge make the Bobby Decker trophy presentation to Big Flicka, owned by Nan Turner of Argenta. Thanks, folks. Give them a hand.
Final results.
Results now are official for race 14. Number 1, Deputy Dog finished second. 2, Fox Valley Big Gump was fourth. Number 3, Smooth and Creamy finished fifth. Number 4, Foxman the winner. And number 5, Sports Madness finished third. First quarter was in 30 and 2/5. The half in 101 and a fifth. 3 quarters in 132 and 3/5. The mile was in 203 and 2/5. Race 14 checks from the top. 2, 4, 5, 1, 3 on the bottom. the mile 2:03 and 2. On behalf of the Greene County Fair Association, their Superintendent of Speed, Mark Walker, Ed Teefy, thanking you for attending the 2024 harness races here at the Greene County Fair.
Steve Surratt, David Brink with you to close things out here. Join us Tuesday from Carlinville, 5 p.m. post time. David, been another great night of racing. Looking for 18, 19 more weeks.
We can only hope
nights
so.
Of great harness racing. Thanks to all the people here as we close things out. Any final thoughts?
Just appreciate everyone showing up and tuning in and go along the ride with us. We're having a blast doing this. You don't realize how much fun this is to kind of be involved in this arena of it. But we thank everyone for watching. Thanks, Steve. Thank Lisa. Thanks the officials. Thank the track crew. Thank all the horsemen. And we will let you go. See you in the winner circle.
Good night. God bless.